Welcome to Aquarius. I don't even know my. Okay. Welcome to Can Angels Fly Tarot. My name is Nancy. As you can see, the title of this live stream is just another Aquarius rant. It's me talking about cowboys and aliens, technology, and make it great again. The four horsemen and the apocalypse. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. As mentioned, this is just an Aquarius rant, another Aquarius rant. When I perform Aquarius rants, I don't have any particular order planned to how I would deliver the message that I sharing. plan to share. I already checked the volume, so I think that's okay. I'm gonna throw this back here. Oh, no. I need that. Okay, let's see where I can start. Whenever I perform a presentation or an Aquarius rant, whatever I do, I try to cite where I find receipts at or where I find evidence at. And that, of course, adds to the length of my videos, my content. So during this live stream, I'm going to try very hard.
You want to laugh?
Yeah.
That's pretty fun.
Okay, please turn it off.
Turn it up.
Yeah, you can plug it up so it turns, but turn it off. And so I have been doing a little. What? Oh yeah, here, take that too. I don't want this one either. I've been doing a little brainstorming. A part of my brainstorming process over the last couple of weeks has been to look at the astrological energies, which I have. It wasn't much there. It's not much there more for me to report because I already did a 6-hour long video, in which I included a lot of timestamps for a viewer to, see what I'm reporting is scheduled to take place in between the months of, late November throughout the new year. And so I really didn't see any additional astrological messages. But when I was doing my astrological studies, I came across the year 1961, I think it was. And it stood out to me. Certain things just stand out to me when I'm doing my research. And the reason why certain things stand out to me when I do research is because of, previous works. And sometimes in previous works, a name is mentioned or a time period is mentioned. And so when it returns, it's like, oh, I think I heard that name before. I think that date came up before. And so that leads me to believe that a particular detail is significant. I'm kind of getting thrown off because the video that I'm watching of myself is the video that I think you ladies and gentlemen are watching. And the time delay is pretty considerable and it's throwing me off. So I need to find this other board. This other board. Okay. I'm all over the place. It's an Aquarius rant. As a matter of fact, I want to check the volume one more time. I think it's working, but I'm not sure. So the next thing that you will hear is me checking to make sure that the volume is working. Sure. That's it. Okay. That's all it takes. I figured that out. Let's see. I don't even know where to start. Because what I want to talk about in this video is, it has to do, has a religious connotation to it in some parts of it. I'm gonna say, I don't even know. What I don't even know. It's a lot. Um, there, how maybe there, I can say it's clues to what is going to take place. I can say this. Oh man. Mm, mm, mm. Maybe I should start again. I'll just start it all over because I have killed how many minutes, and I don't want it to even this lie to be over an hour. But I can't even get started. Can't even get started. Uh, can't even get started. Oh, it's only been 11 minutes, so that's not too trifling. Okay, so I'm gonna start. What's the complication for me right now is that um, I have a lot of clues, a whole lot of clues to what is taking place and going to take place. Some of the clues are religious in nature. Other clues are historical. Um, Other clues are political. And so the clues that I have are coming from so many different angles to it's kind of complicated to know what to talk about first. So I guess I'll start where I was planning to start. And that's with the Cowboys and Indians. I do believe it's a movie entitled that exactly, Cowboys and Indians. And I did see the movie some months ago. Great movie. Really enjoyed it. Since that time, I have, how can I say, I just been living my life. See, this is an Aquarius rant. So when I do an Aquarius rant, I'm really talking to you from the position or the perspective of my own personal life and just what I end up unfolding or experiencing, in the course of my life. And when I see um, a truth unfold or a clue that lets me know what is about to occur in reality, I come on YouTube and I share it. So that's another complication. It's not like, I end up taking notes so I can get on here and talk to you, ladies and gentlemen. But really, these are my experiences. So I just brought up the movie Cowboys and Aliens because I got it in the title. And yes, I saw the movie. Cowboys and Aliens I use because it's a wonderful title for what I want to talk about. And all that I research, everything that I research, uh, leads me. Well, let me stop. I'll try to narrow it down. When I deal with astrology, it always leads me to history. So when I go back in history over the timeline in the history of humanity, going back to the early 1900s, 1800s, 1700s, and so on, I end up piercing into different events, past events, people's lives and their influence, or their influence or impact on the world and the people around them at that time. And what I realized, over the last couple of years, I was like, say this, man, get to it. Just talk, Nancy, just talk. Is that humanity has not been in the stone ages for a very long time. And I'll try to make that make sense. in my mind, ever since I was a child, I was, for some reason, I felt like I was led to believe. I'm saying that wrong. Maybe I should just really start this video over. And when I was younger, I always thought, even up to recent, that mankind evolved. We went from literally cave men and women that lived in caves and had to learn this realm, and I still believe that has been the case at a certain period of time in the history of Homo sapiens, sapiens, and all that. I still believe that happened, but I really started to think that was millions of years ago, millions of years ago. But it was a time that I can't say I didn't think it was millions and millions of years ago. I'm gonna freaking say this. When I study history, been studying these historical figures over the last few months, and I'm following their lineage, their family lineage back, I noticed a couple of things. One thing is that everything was kept in the family and handed down from generation to generation. Another thing is that we have been technologically savvy for a long time. It is not new, is what I'm trying to say. The amenities that we enjoy now, like lights and air conditioning and computers, were developed 100 years ago at least. It's hard for me to do this particular video, even though I got some real live gems to offer in it. It's hard for me to do it because I wasn't anticipating making a video about the subjects that I'm gonna cover. Because again, it's just my life, and I've just been experiencing, living, and learning. And it wasn't until a couple of days ago that I realized, it was like, ooh wee, when I hit up on these real major gems, that I said, I got another subject matter to talk about. So it would have been very beneficial to me had I, started taking notes when I noticed certain thoughts starting to come to me. Like, hey, we've been technologically savvy, humanity, the powers that be at any given time in the history of humanity have been technologically savvy for a mighty long time. Hopefully that makes sense. I got something out rational. Very technical. And I'm going to try to give you an example of what I mean. It all goes together. It all goes together. Tech computers, like I was saying. When I end up, by the time I got to the end, or the realization or the revelation of what I'm going to be talking about in this live stream, I realized that the computers that we use now have been under development at least 100 years, at least, easy. And when I realized that, it wasn't just the computer. There are other technological advancements that have been made that we actually take for granted now, we use every day, that have been underdeveloped hundreds of years prior to when they were introduced to the masses. None of this stuff is new. It's new to us. It's new to the masses. But this stuff has been under development through certain families. Now I have a hard time. I'm having a hard time too delivering this message because I don't want it to be messy. I see that I can't help but for it to be messy. And of course it's an Aquarius rant, so you know I'm gonna complain. There's a lot of work that I do. And I know that only those that have followed me for an extended amount of time can see what I do. And I offer a lot of gems that a lot of other people wouldn't be able to find because the gems that I stumble across are directly related to my life. So when I hear these gems regurgitated from others and then it spreads, I know from which it comes, which is me. Just like this here. The gems that I'm going to drop, if I continue, they heavy. It's heavy. It's heavy. I'm not going to be able to do this video in under an hour. There's no way. Okay. Let me try here at this point in time. It is, how long have I been on here? Oh, crap. 22 minutes. Okay. I'm going to start again, and I'm going to cut this video and start all over. Welcome to Can Angels Fly Tarot and More. My name is Nancy, and I'm here for just another Aquarius rant. Okay. In the last few weeks, I've been thinking about humanity and how we have advanced in technology. And my recent studies and research, now I'm having technical issues, have led me to unfold, or not unfold, but to once again pierce at and really begin to acknowledge that there's always been a certain group of people out of the world's population that were far more advanced than the remaining population, or the larger majority of the population. An example of what I mean is to say, hey, it was a time period when people out in the West didn't have lights in their little log cabins. But there were people at that time that had full lighting in their homes, full lit homes, turning knobs and switches to turn lights on in their house. These people also had running water in their house. It just was the masses did not have that. The masses were kept in the dark for a long time. So I could just imagine the lifestyle of cowboys, as an example, living on the prairie in a little shack with no lights, no water, got an outhouse. You got to leave out the house to go out to an outhouse where there might be snakes and all kind of stuff. Go to a well and draw the well or pump it up. But at the same time, during that same time period, there were people that had homes that had electricity, that had running water. That's what I'm trying to get you to see. That's why I started this video over. That's what I'm trying to get you to see. In my mind, I always thought that everybody during the Wild Wild West time were in log cabins without running water, without indoor toilets, and had to take baths in basins, and only could take a bath every now and then because water was hard to come by. You had to go to the water source, draw the water, make the tub. Or they had to go out and hunt and kill rabbits and deers or whatever they were going to eat. They had to cook over a open fireplace or something like that. But the reality is that was for the majority of the population in a given area. I'm not saying the Wild Wild West for this video, but there were people. There was a portion of the world's population, those that were in control and leaders that didn't live that like that. They had lights. They had water inside the house. They didn't have to go to no outhouse. See, that was something I never thought about. I never thought about that, or I thought about it the wrong way. The subject matter one of the subject matters or gems that I'm gonna cover in the course of this video is about the current state or status of technology, and how what we're experiencing now is something that the powers that be was experiencing 100 years ago. They already had it. I didn't realize that we were so far behind. See, when I came up, when I was in school, I remember my middle school teacher teaching me and my peers that science was always at least about 20 to 50 years ahead of what they show the people. But I never got this concept that when my teacher informed me that they were 20 to 50 years ahead, that application was already practical in use by the powers that be. They already using it, is what I'm trying to say. Where we're not. Right now, there's certain things that exist that the masses, you and I, we don't know anything about. And we won't know anything about it for another, 50 to 100 years. They just discovered it today. It'd be 50 to 100 years, or whenever everything is beaten up, before they want us to be aware of it. So that same concept existed hundreds of years ago. Hundreds of years ago. That is even evident when people talk about the construction of the pyramids. The construction of the pyramids, same concept. And in order to make what I'm talking about make sense, I do refer you to a good movie called Cowboys and Aliens. It was really awesome. Technical difficulties. Okay, what I want to do, because as you may have noticed, the thumbnail for this video has the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. So what I'm going to do, this is the religious part of my live. When I cover something religious, I'm not trying to convert anybody. I'm just referring to what I've come to know in the course of my life. So at this point in time, I'm going to read some inserts from the Bible that have to do with the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. I should have pulled the scripture up. Let's see. And the reason I have to I want to read this to you, I ain't got to do nothing. But the reason I want to read this to you is because I think that this reading will help me be a cadence for me. Let me see. Oh, God, Jesus, Lord. The problem is here. Let's see. I should have had it ready, but I did not have it ready. Let's see. Woo. Okay, I got it. Whew. I took too big of a sip on that. Revelation 6. Four horsemen of the apocalypse. I promise y'all, I'm going somewhere with this. Chapter 6. When I saw, oh, not me. Then I saw when the Lamb opened one of the seven seals, and I heard one of the four living creatures say with a voice like thunder, "Come." And I looked, and behold, there was a white horse. The one riding on it had a bow, and a crown was given to him. He went out as a conqueror, so he might conquer. When the Lamb opened the second seal, I heard the second living creature say, "Come." Then another horse came out, fiery red. The one riding on it was permitted to take peace from the earth. I remembered it and forgot. Dang it, if I ain't okay. I'm gonna finish reading now. I'm just all thrown off, y'all. Yeah, it's so much stuff I'm thrown off. So that people would slaughter one another. He was given a great sword. When the Lamb opened the third seal, I heard a third living creature say, "Come." And behold, I saw a black horse. The one riding on it had a balance scale in his hand. Then I heard something like a voice in the midst of the four living creatures saying, "A quart of wheat for a denarius, and 3 quarts of barley for a denarius. But do not harm the oil and wine." Can I print this out? Greenish pale. Come on down here. Everything getting on my nerves. Let me see if I can print it out. See, I'm caught between a rock and a hard place. I would like to do a presentation, but in order to do a presentation, I got to sit with all this stuff, all this mess, and I don't want to do that. And so I was reading Revelations, but I gotta stop. I gotta stop. It's still a mess. I'm gonna just keep trudging right along to see what ends up transpiring. This video is gonna be a mess, so I know I'll be coming back again on this subject matter. See, I'm trying to think what it was. I'm trying to go back to my original line of thought that got me to where I am here right now. But I'm having a hard time. When I was reading, I thought about it and forgot. Y'all, when I say it's so many, I don't want to cite. Let me. What was the initial? The first clue was that. Yeah, I remember now. I remember. Don't forget, Nancy. Don't forget. Okay, you know I do this. What you see me do, I do this for real. I don't know how it translates over to any viewer. I don't know. So I was saying earlier, when I hear my material regurgitated by others, I know it is so because it comes from these are my personal life experiences that lead me to these clues. Not to say, I can't say that life, God, or however you like to label it, does not spark others to follow their own unique line of thought or have their own life experiences that lead them to a particular thought pattern and then to follow their own unique thought pattern to get the same subject matters or areas to deal with as myself. I'd be cool with it when it's in astrology straight up. I'd be like, because anybody can access that. But there's certain things like this here, this message here. If you hear it anywhere else, something is up. That's all I know. So let me tell you what was the first clue. I did all that rant, and this is an Aquarius rant because in one of my previously done live streams, I think it was the 6-hour live stream I did. Another Aquarius rant, I do believe, 6 hours. That I made a statement. I said, "Hey y'all," I said something that came up in my research was that it was the banning of affirmative action. That was the first thing. That's what I've been sitting up here for 33 minutes or so trying to remember. It was the banning of affirmative. Look at it messing up. The banning of affirmative action. And I stated that in that video. I've been trying to find where I stated it at, but it's hard because it's a 6-hour video. But I'm going to find that moment that I said, hey, I named all the states that had banished affirmative action. And I also gave the dates. And I said, y'all, I find it real weird that affirmative action has recently been banned in Idaho. In the year of 2020, in the midst of the COVID-19, in the midst of a possible economic collapse, they are focusing on or have the time to ban affirmative action in the state of Idaho. I said, y'all, that's a clue. Something is going to take place in Idaho. That's the line of thought that came up. That's the line that started this mess. Okay. All right. So after that, I got this in the back of my mind, this Idaho thing or whatever. I'm going on living my life. The next clue pop up. It's the year 1961. It was the year my brother was born. I was like, 1961? What's the significance of that? Let me go check this out. 1961. When I go to check out, was that it? I'm trying to remember the line of thought, y'all. Again, I don't know that I'm receiving information from whatever source that is more knowledgeable and aware of them and conscious than myself. I don't know it. I don't know it when it's happening. I don't know it until the proof emerges from the pudding. And so first, that was the first thing. I need you to hold on to the fact that affirmative action was banned. It wasn't banned in the United States nationwide. No, it's been banned by state. And I think it's been since 1996. Don't quote me on this because I don't have my notes here. That affirmative was first banned. Different states. I remember when it was banned here in Michigan. I thought it was nationwide. No, it was just here in Michigan. And then the crazy thing when I read that, when I did that live, 6-hour live, when I was breaking down, talking about what is soon to transpire based on an astrological alignment. See, this, what I found, that's what I was fussing about. What I found relative to astrology, any astrologer can find. Anybody that has a reasonable understanding of astrology can find that out, what I delivered in that 6-hour live. But what I'm talking about here is a whole nother thing. It's a whole nother thing. The only thing in that whole live that gave me a clue was that affirmative action was banned in Idaho this year of 2020. And that shocked me. And I'm telling you, it shocked me because we're in the middle of a pandemic. And we got possible, again, on the verge of an economic collapse. We're on the verge of a civil and or racial war. And y'all focusing on banning affirmative action. That don't even make no sense. So that stuck in my mind. Anywho, once again, that Idaho banned affirmative action 2020. I said, y'all, something going to take place in Idaho. Let me see if I can ride this wave. I feel the energy beginning to flow. If it ain't that, it's the liquor. Okay. After that, it was. I tried really hard, y'all, to organize my thoughts at least enough to present a coherent Aquarius rant here, but I haven't been successful. And it was my plan to do this video in under 1 hour, but I can't. What was it? The complication that I'm having here is that I want to share the clues that popped up in my personal life to lead me to uncover these gems. And that's the problem I'm going to have because I need to put the stuff in order. And I can't because they came in at different time periods over the last couple of weeks. Hi, Warrior Light. I'm fine. A little frustrated, but I have a remedy for that. I'm remedying it, which I might need more remedy. We started on that one. Me and my family started on that one on the Thanksgiving Day. And so it was just a couple of little shots. Yeah, I feel it. It calmed me down. So, clue number 1, Warrior Light. Affirmative action was banned this year in Idaho. Then, oh man, I guess maybe I could just try to talk. And then even before that, when the pandemic first happened, I think it was in my live stream where I followed the breadcrumbs to the coronavirus. Maybe it was that video. And before I get on here, I don't get on here 99% of the time just talking. I really have done research via the internet using different sources here, tapping into different sources. And so anything you've ever seen on my channel is for real. I've tapped into some source that some are what they call, I don't know what they call it, basic, and others are secure sites. Unsecure sites and unsecure sites, secure and unsecure sites, government sites, or the not, the .coms or whatever, or the orgs, So I check out a few things, and I usually just don't go for one. Like I tell you, I love Wikipedia because Wikipedia gives you a general, basic outline of information that you need on any given subject. Or it's. I have been waiting for 2 to 3 days for just a moment of quiet, and I can't get it. Now, I haven't been able to get a moment of silence, which is annoying. Okay. See, they make me, I can't even get a line of thought. If it's not my family, it's the neighbors, it's the community, everybody's loud. I know everybody bored doing to quarantine, not going to work, but I'm more of a, I have my moments when I say I turn up and I can party and I can be loud, I can cuss, I can act a fool. But it's only momentary. I'm more quiet and introverted than anything. And everybody wants, they wilding out. This is quiet right now. So I've managed to, in about an hour, talk about how affirmative action has been banned and was banned in Idaho this year, 2020, which was significant. Another clue came in, and I think the clue had to do with 1961. That was the year my brother was born, my baby brother. Not my baby, he is my brother, but he was 10 years older than me. He was the baby boy. 1961, when I heard that, it was significant. I was like, 1961, let me go check out what occurred in 1961. Who was it? Maybe if I put it in here to help my line of thought, it'll help me know is that what I need to follow. Because I got some gems here. And so when I do get all this out, I'm going to come back and make a video, go through this and put my line, highlight the gems and just throw the gems out here so y'all know what's going on. We don't have to be in the dark. Let's see, 1961. Was it 1961 it was. January, I'm at Wikipedia, y'all. You know one of my favorite sites. And so I put in the year 1961. And when I was looking, because I heard the year 1961, it came up somewhere. I was like, let me look at 1961. And surprise, surprise, under the year 1961 on Wikipedia, you go to events. The month of January, matter of fact, January 3rd, it says, at the nuclear reacting testing station near Idaho Falls, atomic reactor SL-1 explodes, killing 3 military technicians. If you know me, you know I'm going somewhere with this. I repeat, what am I talking about during this Aquarius Rant? Well, I'm going to talk about a whole lot of things, including cowboys, aliens, leadership, technology, and making it what? Great again. First clue I got was that 6-hour live where affirmative action came up. In all the clues that I had that came up when I did that research for that 6-hour live, affirmative action came up. When I just looked up affirmative action because I wanted to, because it came up, it said that affirmative action was banned in different states in the United States over a course of, I guess, about 15 years or so, most recently as of 2020. Okay, catch that. So Idaho in the back of my mind. Over this last week, the year 1961 comes up. It's like 1961, that's the year my brother was born. What's significant about that? I go to my favorite site, Wikipedia, and I look up 1961 under events. And the second listing that they have for the year 1961, which is January 3rd, 1961, is, I quote this again from Wikipedia, it says, at the National Reactor Testing Station near Idaho Falls, atomic reactor SL-1 explodes, killing 3 military technicians. I'm like, what's the chances that when 1961 come up and I go find out what significant events occurred, that it's going to refer me to Idaho? Now I'm going to try to cut to the chase here because I don't even know if I can show the path I had to follow. I was led to follow. But put it like this. I cross-referenced everything. So yeah, you can say, well, Idaho is one of the 50 states, so it's 1 in 50 chance of something happened there. That's one thing. But by the time I got through with all this research, I had cross-referenced everything, and it went right back to the same thing. So how about that? Let me see. So what was the next line of thought? I don't know. Okay, because it all came. This again, y'all. The complication I'm dealing with. All of this information came in at different times over the last couple of weeks. Not only did it come in at different times, it came in through different means, meaning it was different activities in my life that sparked me to pay attention to certain things. like I was trying to say an hour ago in this video, I was sitting up thinking when I was doing my research on something here, uh, something, and every time I do my research, I'm always talking about, okay, well, I got to look at this person. Who would this person be? I don't know. An example of George Washington. I got to look at George Washington. And since I'm looking at George Washington, I might as well look at who his parents are. Oh, once I found out who his parents is, well, who is their parents or his grandparents? And so that goes on and on for me, no matter what I'm looking at. We can say it like this: it could be an inventor I'm looking at, or a significant figure, a philanthropist. And so I don't want to just know about the philanthropist. I want to know where he come from. Like what's the man name? Aleister Crowley. Okay, who's Aleister Crowley parents? Where did he come from? Who was his parents about? What was his relationship with him? So I go looking into that. Hitler. Who is Hitler? Who was his parents? Where did they come from? What impact did they have upon his life? What was his early life like? So these are things that I look for. So again, I'm going through all of these hoops that I'm beginning to speak about the process I end up going through, and none of this is sparked by myself. That's the real interesting thing. It's not sparked by myself. I believe that there's something that wants me to know these things, this different information, and I'm more susceptible to know it because I get more of, again, an introvert, more of a thinker and a contemplator. So it knows if it throws me a clue, I'm hooked and I'm off and running. I can't be as professional as I would like because I got the family. You know what I'm saying? But I'm hooked, especially when I start seeing things that are interconnected and they can be cross-referenced and checked and verified that it is so. So anyway, that Idaho, the affirmative action, let me try. The affirmative action that was banned this year, 2020, in Idaho, led me to say, Idaho, something's about to take place here, y'all, because something ain't right with that they would even mention it or deal with that. Like, for instance, what do I say? Stimulus. I'm talking about a stimulus check. I know I'm all over the place, y'all. In America, people need money. People laid off work or whatever the case may be, they need money. But you mean to tell me they got time to deal with banning affirmative action, but they can't come and sit down like grown ass adults and come up with a stimulus check to help the American people? Why am I talking about that? Because that's what made the fact that they banned affirmative action in Idaho so significant to me. Now, right now, I can't tell you where I heard 1961 at, where I seen it, because I look at so much stuff. But it was just the fact that my brother was born in 1961 that I said, I'm going to go look and see what 1961 has to offer. Now, what I can say 100% is that 1961 in some way was associated with the works that I was doing here over this past week every time I got a clue. 1961 came up somewhere, but it was more like a synchronicity. It didn't seem like it went with anything else. It wasn't until I researched it and found, again, that this reactor blew up in Idaho Falls. So again, I'm trying to move forward. I got to try to move forward. No, I'm going to move back. Some time ago, when the coronavirus hit, I did a video called Following the Breadcrumbs of the Coronavirus. And in that video, during that live, I shared where I thought the coronavirus came from. It was nothing like anybody else I've ever heard. Not even to this day. I ain't never heard nobody speak about it. Like funny. Never heard nobody. And a lot of stuff I talk about, a lot of people speak about. Don't know how to get there, but okay. But I did my little, what they call internet research. And I was like, okay, people talking about this coronavirus from bats and everything. I was like, that's not what I got after my research. What I found, in short, was that the COVID-19 itself was developed by error. It was a woman in China. This was years ago. I'm talking about this was, I think it was 1996, lining up with the affirmative action thing. Just thought about it. I have to check those dates. But I want to say it was like 1996. And no, that would be for, 24 years ago. It was a long time ago. And so this woman had some problem. I will have to go back and watch my video. I don't have those notes. They're somewhere. But I have to watch that video to find out what the woman was dealing with. It was an article. It was actually a health journal article I was reading. And she had some type of health issue. And so the doctors there did something. I can't remember the details. They did something to try to help this woman. You know, her life was in jeopardy. And when they, oh, it's all gone, God. Whatever they did, whatever they gave her, listen to this, y'all. Whatever they did, whatever they gave her, caused the cell, you know, a cell in the body, a single cell, we could say, as an example, so we don't get confused or complicated or overwhelmed. A single cell. I don't know who, may be a biologist or a person that works with cells. I don't know. But I think the majority of us don't. We don't know much about cells except for cells exist. But a cell is made up of different components. And one of the components of any given cell is that it has a seal, meaning to keep everything in its place. Anyway, whatever they did for this lady in China ended up melting down the seal in the cell. And that conversion that happened, or mutation that happened in the cell, of course it wasn't just one cell, I'm just using one cell as an example, is what led to the initial corona. Now, I don't know after that, did that lady move out into the population, you know, in her area, and it began to spread from there? Or did they realize what they had done? The doctors at the time realized what they had done? Did they harvest a specimen and use it for like biological warfare now? Or did somebody try to sneak in? I don't know the details of how it got out abroad. Remember, this is about 1996 when this first occurred, that this incident in China occurred. So my research didn't bring up no bat or nothing. Now, it did bring up, I can't say it didn't bring up a bat. It brought up bat and other animals. I don't remember what it was, that carry a similar, I don't know, I'm not a scientist, but a similar virus, or they call it virus, or as they call COVID, you know, different strands of it. It was different strands. The strand that affects humans came from that woman and whatever they did to her. Again, I don't know how it spread. And the reason why I bring that up, I need to read something to y'all. I'm all over the place because I am all over the place. But at this time, now I want to start reading the Revelations 6. And I'm only going to read the first one, and I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm just playing it by ear. But I'm about to read the first little paragraph, and I'm going to give you my theory. Anyway, I'm reading, I guess this is a TLV version of Revelations chapter 6. It says, "Then I saw the Lamb opened one of the 7 seals." I want to stop right there. It says one of the 7 seals. I don't know what led me here this week. Actually, 3 or 4 days ago, it led me here. Back to the scripture. I was like, seal? I was like, when I was researching the coronavirus, following the breadcrumbs to coronavirus, that's all it talked about, was how the seal on this cell was, you know, broken down. It like melted away, allowing things that shouldn't mix to mix, that end up causing the virus. So here it says when It says, then I saw the Lamb opened one of the seven seals. It says, I heard one of the four living creatures say with a voice like thunder, come. He says, I looked, and behold, there was a white horse. The one riding on it had a bow, and a crown was given to him, and he went out as a conqueror, as he might conquer. I must say that I've come to believe over the course of the last 2 weeks that when the Bible speaks about seals in this particular verse, in this particular chapter, it is talking about the seals of sales. It's talking about the seals of sales. As far as the horseman, this horseman on the white horse is, hold on, y'all. Can't drink without a smoke. Okay. I don't know if this thing's still live. I can't see. I can't. Okay. I'm supposed to be over here a little bit more. So, the horseman. Look at the clues that are offered to the reader here. It says that the one riding on it had a bow, and a crown was given to him, and he went out as a conqueror. I bring that up and just point that out because these are the kind of things that unfolded for me, the clues that end up unfolding for me to lead me to be able to grasp the gems that I ultimately end up grasping over the last couple of weeks. This figure that is referred to in the Bible on this white horse, because we're talking about the four horsemen of the apocalypse right now, are, this one is the Sagittarius. And Sagittarius, remember, is the people that are in astrology refer to the Sagittarius as a explorer or an adventurer or a hunter, but he's so much more. He represents a person's worldviews, their philosophical viewpoints. It's like a person that's a religious fanatic to the extremities in which they're willing to go. So this person, this white horse, the rider of the white horse, relative to the four horsemen of apocalypse, is the energy of Sagittarius in astrology. Because when a person is a religious fanatic or they believe that they have the right philosophies or worldviews, they will move to do what? They will move to conquer you. That's what it's about. And I was just reading, when I did that 6-hour live stream, I was talking about this is a period in which people are drawing nearer to their own philosophical beliefs and views and everything, and they don't want to forsake them anymore, period. And you have to go watch that. That was a long one. I don't want this one to be long. I ultimately just want to get to the gems. If I could come in here and I could have just came and said, these are the gems that I found. Boom, 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 boom. But you won't know where they come from. You probably won't know where they come from anyway because I've been rambling. So trying to figure out in which order to deliver them. But you won't have any idea where it comes from. I'll just be saying something. And so I'm trying to give you a line of thought that you can literally follow in order to verify if what I'm saying here is true or not. So anyway, the white horse rider is the energy of Sagittarius, which is the philosopher, the philanthropist, is those that have the predominant worldview. That is to say, a predominant worldview or a person that holds the predominant worldview will move forward to conquer. He's a conqueror. And so what the words say, he will conquer. I'm going to try to make this make sense, y'all, in a minute. the seal is what I really want you to hold on to. I was just giving you the extras. We read on, and I'm gonna read on. It says, when a lamb opened the second seal, remember in this chapter of Revelation, the seal is talking about the cells in a living organism. Check it out. I'm gonna try to make it make sense. If not today, some other day, somehow I will, because this information is coming from everywhere and it's all relevant. That's why we can't see. Anywho, it says, when the lamb opened the second seal, I heard the sound. I heard the second living creature saying, "Come." Another horse came, fiery red. This one riding on it was permitted to take peace from the earth. We can just imagine that the fiery red, a horse, and its rider is Aries. You know, Aries, the warrior. Is it take peace from the earth? So, and he represents the military and different things like that. So people would slaughter one another. He was given a great sword. Okay. Going on. I'm about to partake in my additional vice. Not trying to mislead nobody, but this is what I do. Okay. The next thing is, when the lamb opened the third seal, I heard a living creature say, "Come." And behold, I saw a black horse. The one riding on it held the balance scales in his hands. Anybody in astrology know the balance of wheat for denarius, and 3 quarts of barley for denarius, which was interesting. Now, y'all, this is real interesting. It says, but do not harm the oil and the wine. Let me see if I can make this make sense. This shit was so deep. Now, the scales belong not primarily, but they belongs to Libra, but it also belongs to the market house of Mercury, Virgo and Mercury, like that. The scales belong. I'm not going to go make this make sense. And so, let's see. I don't know how to do it. Number one, I do believe we all know that when the Bible talks about a quart of wheat being a cost of a denarius, and 3 quarts of barley cost is 4 denarius, that we are understanding that the prices of food will go up. But I don't think that we ever got, at least general populace never understood that. It says, but do not harm the oil or the wine. How can I say this? It's been this ongoing discussion about what's organic food or not. And this Bible verse is talking about foods that have been, we can say, genetically modified. The prices will go up. And these foods also will suffer damage, or the drought or whatever has to occur to destroy these genetically modified harvests. But when it talks about the oil and the wine, the creator in this book or the narrator in this book say, hey, don't mess with the oil and the wine. I'm trying to make it make sense. It's a reason why it says it goes so much. Oh man, y'all, this one's so deep. I don't think I can handle it. But I can say this: that oil is something. I'm not talking about the actual substance itself of oil, even though I am. I'm talking about oil now, but not the substance. I'm talking about the elements and the elements that make it up, the cells and different things that whatever is made up of. I don't even have that information. I'm trying to just try to talk. Whatever it's actually made of, however the creator, we'll say God, because y'all know I'm religious. however God made oil in order to make it manifest in this physical world, it is not a substance that, like, you could take the hydrogen and the oxygen, like in water, and separate it. You could take hydrogen and oxygen and separate it when it comes to water. It take whatever hydrogen, two and H2O, H2O, two hydrogens, one oxygen to make water. It can be separated, and it's a process that separates that water. Well, when it comes to oil cannot be separated. The different compartments, that different elements that make it, cannot be separated. It is the purest form. So because it is pure, it cannot be damaged by anything that takes place in this world. So that's why it's a big fight over oil. The powers that be know it can't be contaminated. The oil itself cannot be contaminated. It can't be spliced, so to say, and it can never be destroyed because it's a natural, organic substance of this earth. The same thing or something similar is relevant to wine. And these are just two examples of such items that exist on this world, in this world. So what am I saying? I get so overwhelmed because this information is like a zip file, and we just offered like the label of it. Oil and wine is just the label, but you can unzip it. There are more, elements in this world that the same dynamics apply to. Like I was saying, when it comes to oil, the different the different cell or the molecule makeup of which make oil up, how it can't be separated. Oil is only one of many of things in this earth. Things like that the elements can't be separated. These things cannot be contaminated. These things cannot be destroyed. And that is where their value is at. And that's what that's part of the prescription meeting. I'm still trying to go somewhere, y'all. I'm still trying to go somewhere. The wine is the same thing. I got to look through these notes. Y'all see all these notes I got. I can't do it. I want to get a message out. I'm going to try. The wine is the same thing. What was it about the wine? The wine, it wasn't that the parts couldn't be separated. It was something else about wine. It was something else. Wine has a whole different makeup or something. But put it like this. Anything that is not organic will not be able to withstand the test that wine can withstand. It's was it the fermentation? It might have been the fermentation process. Everything came ferment. I think vinegar can ferment. I'm not sure. I think if I recall, because y'all have been picking up so much information over the last 2 weeks, it's just amazing. It's the fermentation, I think it was. Everything came ferment. So whatever it was about that fermentation, wine cannot be duplicated. And I'm not talking about you can't make wine. I'm talking about however the creator designed wine to come into existence. Whatever the properties are, that's a good word. Whatever the properties are in wine, allows it to ferment. Now everything can ferment. That which can ferment is organic, and it cannot be destroyed. It cannot be contaminated. Yeah. Now, why is that relevant? I'm trying to say why is it relevant. Do I have to read the other one? I'm trying to get there. Okay, I'm gonna read the other one because it's important. It says, when the Lamb opened up the fourth seal, I saw under the altar souls of those slaughtered for the sake of the word of God and for the witness they had. They cried out with a loud voice, saying, "Oh, sovereign Lord, did I pass something up?" No, I passed something up. I'm sorry, y'all. It says, when the Lamb opened the fourth seal, I heard the fourth living creature saying, "Come, behold, I saw a horse, pale, greenish gray. The name of the one riding on it was Death, and Saul was following with him. Authority was given to Authority was given to them over the fourth of the earth to kill by sword, and by famine, and by plague, and by the wild beasts of the field, of the earth. Let me try to sum all that up because I know I ain't doing a good job. Oh my God, so much. Going back to that sale I talked about earlier relative to the lady in China. That's what really happened. That's where COVID came from. Anybody can tell you whatever else. I know what I found. So this modification to the sale that happened. You know, they wasn't expecting it. It happened. Now they created something new. That breaking of that seal that was established by the creator, whoever the creator may be, to keep the various components of the cell separate so they can do their function. You know, that is what leads to the pestilence. That is what actually ends up leading to the outbreak it causes, is what leads to the food shortage. Just an example of it is the actual corona that's taking place here. So that's what I'm actually dealing with, y'all. I'm under straight up under another professor energy right now, y'all. You should be able to tell. So what we're experiencing is this chapter here. We are. And so I'm actually in the midst of asking, actually now, and have been for the last 24 to 48 hours, asking divinity, is this the time period? You know, because everything lines up with this chapter. How do I say it? Oh, y'all, it's so deep. I'm going to keep trying to go. Let me see how long I've been on here. I'm going to get it all out. I'm just letting y'all know straight up. I know that I make such a mess when I come to initially deliver what I'm going to deliver. And hi, Alicia. 1, 2. Thank you. Take care of yourself. They are more interested in taking people's rights away slowly. They help it. I see this country slowly selling toward communism. You know what? We got a whole lot of issues to deal with. I'm going to say that. We got a lot of issues to deal with. Hopefully y'all still here with me. I thought I could do it. I did. Okay. Anyhow, for some reason, y'all, I'm gonna try to talk now. It's been an hour. I don't even know how long I've been. I'm not sure. Hi, Three of Cups, Terrell. How are you? I'm going somewhere with this, y'all. Thank you for being here. I will do a drunk crack. Because y'all know I'm a hot mess. This kind of the stuff that I done picked up, over the last 2 weeks is heavy. It's overwhelming because again, it's coming from so many different angles. This is an Aquarius Rant. I'm sipping and partaking in my vices because that's what I do. Let me tell y'all. I'm gonna just say somehow I want to give y'all so bad. I want to cite stuff. I try to do it in a fun, friendly, loose way that give you enough information to go look up yourself. I don't know if I can and deliver it, without taking a really, really long time. 6 hours the other day was just like too much. But make America great again. Who said that? Who said it? Donald Trump said it. Let's make America great again. Why did I go there and start thinking about that? I don't know. I have to go back and follow my line of thought. I got to go back, and I can't. But what I end up finding out over the course of the last 2 weeks is Donald Trump wasn't the first one to say that. It was Ronald Reagan. And so, what was it? I can't do it. I can't. So, I'm going to just try to throw the gems out here and try to go fill it in. What I end up finding out, what time is it? So I know exactly can I find out exactly what time it is so I can chop it? I've been trying. I can't. It's just too much. I can't give y'all a line of thought. Oh, excuse me. Been drinking. I have no idea how long I've been on here. I can't see Jack. Y'all, I can't see Jack. Okay, what I ended up finding out is one thing I speculate. This is what I speculate. It is that, oh, y'all, I want to show y'all. Let me tell you why I want to tell you where I got all this stuff from. Number one, I told you about affirmative action, successfully, I think. I told you about 1961 in Idaho Falls when the reactors blew up. But then I get over into, y'all, guess who I get over into? I get over into Donald Trump, Ronald Reagan. I get into, what's his man? Anthony Fauci. I get into, what's that other man name? What's his name? Anthony Fauci and Bill Gates. I get over into Bill Gates, baby. They're going. Get over to Bill Gates. Okay, a while back, I made a video called 3 Days of Darkness. 3 Days of Darkness. This was long before I got to where I am now. When I did that video, 3 Days of Darkness, I talked about what I experienced everything's in the course of my life. But I talked about what I experienced in the course of my life, probably in the early 1990s. And I say, hey, y'all, in that video, I say, hey, it's a setup to 3 Days of Darkness, where people were talking about 3 Days of Darkness is a setup. And I explained the whole thing, gave all my receipts and everything. Speculation. I speculate. Oh, Lord, I can't give it. I can't give it. I want to give it. I want to give it. Can't. I got to come back another day. Just remember, y'all heard it somewhat here first. This is the only place you're going to hear it. Anything else is just people replicating what I'm saying. 3 Days of Darkness. I speculate that there's a plan as, how can I do it? I don't know how to do it. Y'all, I'm straight stressing for real. I'm straight stressing. Because we need to know. This is where I try to. Okay, I'm going to try this. I don't even know how to say it. What I have here is tying all these powers to be and corporations together. There is a plan, I do believe, speculation, for a power outage. And I believe that power outage will be administered by, where is it at? Okay, that's the seal. That's the seal. This is the nuclear. I'm gonna have to spell it if I can find it. Oh man. I want to throw some names out, y'all. I really do. Oh man. Where is the name at? Where is this? Is side notes, and this is, oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Come on. Where is it at? That ain't what it's supposed to do, is it? I thought it started with an H. Mm, mm, mm. I do believe that I speculate that there's going to be a power outage. And what I end up finding is that Bill Gates is the primary funder. This is fudged up stuff. This is fudged up. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much. Bill Gates is the primary funder of science, engineering, and technology. Currently, there is we can say, prototype. And that prototype exists in a testing lab in where? Idaho. The exact same place I've been talking about. We're in this year where affirmative action has been banned. In Idaho, where this explosion that killed 3 military personnel in 1961 exists. In Idaho, they have been testing. Remember, scientists and sciences, at least I was taught, between 20 to 50 years ahead. No, hundreds of years ahead, actually. Anyway, at that testing lab, what has been tested is a new style nuclear reactor. The reason why I can't give you all the names and dates and people and receipts and evidence is because it's overwhelming. Having technical difficulties once again. I understand. Anywho, the person that has funded this new, more compact nuclear reactor, Bill Gates, is Bill Gates. And so now it's time they know the nuclear reactor works, this nuclear reactor works. And so what they have done is hired, Bill Gates and his team has hired a long-standing and established institution, corporation, to, present this nuclear reactor to the powers that be. How can I say this? This corporation that Bill Gates and the government has hired, and God help me, because I'm about to trip the fudge out. Okay, go back. Remember, in the 6-hour video, I do believe, and maybe even the one prior to it, I took us to the budget for the fiscal year of 2021. And I read off all the various departments, governmental departments, and I stated which would get increase in their funding and decreasing in their funding. I said everything got to decrease across the board except for anything that had to do with defense. And I did a primary focus on nuclear energy in the energy department, in the nuclear energy or whatever it was. I'm lost again. Bill Gates. What he's doing in the area in which he's doing, talking about nuclear reactors and testing, that's where Donald Trump says, hey, let's give him more funding. I'm going to say it like that. Try to make it easy on myself because I can't get this. So the time has come because remember, science is about 20 to 50 years ahead of us based on what I learned. But what I'm seeing now is at least 100 years or more ahead of us. So now it's time for them to, what do they call it when you do a presentation? Imagine a boardroom and you got to do a presentation. Well, it's time for Bill Gates to do a presentation to all the powers in the United States or in the world, maybe. Was it through? Yeah, in the world, including India. Anywho, so Bill Gates has to hire somebody to put the show on for all these powers that be. And so it's this corporation that Bill Gates hired to put the show on for, all the powers that be. That government funding that Donald Trump okayed to go up is helping to pay these people put on this show. Now, mind you, the more compact nuclear reactor that Bill Gates paid for the development and the research and everything over the years at this research lab in Idaho, because Idaho is the, the home place of nuclear research and things like that and development. They know a person can't do this unless they really organized and really professional. They know it. They passed that. It's already done. It's already finished. Let me talk about what the nuclear reactor, what they're actually intention to do. They have been moving to do what? Split the seal. Go into the cell of things. They want the micro of the micro. You can only see so much under a regular microscope. They want more. And so they breaking these seals open. That's why I was reading the scripture, talking about these breaking of these seals. So mind you, they've been using this thing. It's just at the testing site, and it's been there. Bill Gates has been funding it. So now it's time to put on a show. I'm telling you, you can go to the site. Nope, I ain't even going to do it. I was going to go here to try to find a site so you can go over to the site and see it for yourself. 2020, I think it was September 2020, is when the government decided who would be hired to put on the show. The nuclear, the ability, the capability of this more compact nuclear reactor. And so this particular corporation, I want to say it started with an H, but I got something here called Battelle, but I'm not sure if that is Battelle. As y'all see, I'm really upset because I have all of this. So, so they've hired them, and now they're going to pay them. The federal government is going to pay them. Bill Gates has funded the development. They slowing me down. I can even see the glitches when I do talk. And so my thing is, they're trying to, the whole thing about this compact radio, what they call it, reactor, is that it's supposed to be developed in order to deal with commercial mass usage. Like, your local utility company uses certain type of energy. Some use nuclear energy on a mass commercial level. Like my area is DTE. That's a mass commercial area. So they've been hired to have this micro reactor perform on a mass commercial level. That suggests to me, it was just big additional clue to that video I did several years ago, talking about 3 Days of Darkness, that they plan on having a power outage. But when they have a power outage, they're going to when it comes back up, it's coming back up with the use of this micro reactor. That's one of the uses. That's speculation. Another thing that it spoke about when I was doing the research, going to all of these sites, government sites and things like that, they were talking about using the same technology, a different application of it to go splice into these cells. It's the same cells, y'all, that the book of Revelations is talking about. That's going to lead to what? We think it's about to be food shortages now. That was, how can I say this? What we are experiencing is Revelation 6, but it's just the beginning. It's just the onset of it. That's just one phase. When they start splitting these cells, it really is going to destroy the crops. You know how they say things are genetically modified? Where they're trying to take it to another level. I forgot. I got too many notes, y'all. I'm overwhelmed. they're taking it to another level. And when they do, the Bible tells us basically that their experiment, well, it's not an experiment, they're really trying to get it up and running, is going to fail. And it's going to lead to the destruction of the crops, as an example, and the death, like it is with the corona. Oh, they I can't even what you call it monetize this one because I don't see it too many of their keywords. Okay, Jim. So what have I given? What have I given thus far? Telling y'all, prepare. It will be those 3 days of darkness, and I'm telling you why. I am also telling you that I'm telling you that Bill Gates funded it, and that Bill Gates was, what was it else about Bill Gates? He was what was the other one? Oh, this was a fun fact. If I had began to deliver this message correctly, I wanted to point out some things. Can't remember everything, but I know that this nuclear reactor had something to do with uranium and plutonium. I think I'm saying that right. Plutonium and uranium. I can't remember the details, y'all. I got all the sites and everything here. Just trust me, if you will. And what I wanted to bring up is that, if I don't know if y'all remember, there was a story a few years ago about a rig on a highway somewhere, and the rig just came up missing, and the rig was full of uranium. Now you got to remember that Bill Gates has been testing this his model for years now, and over years, let's see if this is where I got it. Uranium and petroleum, not petroleum, plutonium have been coming up missing. There are so many articles about it. I do remember though when that rig came up missing. I was like, how they all that gets stolen and don't nobody know where the rig at. But anyway, I found other time periods that uranium and plutonium came up missing. One was in 1968, another in 2002, another performance issue, and another was in 2011, and that was weapon grade uranium and plutonium came up missing. And so I speculate that the reason why that came up missing was because of this research that was being taken place in Idaho. This is just speculation. And that's why them trucks came up missing. Because the truth of the matter is the government passed some type of law where the uranium had to be reduced grade uranium. And because it was reduced grade uranium, their test results were affected by that. They needed to understand the full capability of their reactor, and they needed the full, weaponized level of uranium as well as plutonium. And them trucks came up missing. And somehow, some way, Bill Gates got his compact reactor to be up and ready to run and to be presented to the powers that be. So let me see if I make sense. How is it that right now our 2021 fiscal budget in the United States has a stipend for that the Department of Energy to give to these people to go ahead and do a mass presentation of the power and the capability of this Bill Gates compact reactor? How is it? How did Bill Gates get his reactor to, he knows beyond a shadow of a doubt, is ready to be presented? Once online, they ain't got to take it off. He had to have, what I'm saying, he had to have that weapon level uranium and plutonium. He had to have it. Otherwise, he wouldn't know if it's a reactor. Based on the test that I read, it was no way he would have known if his reactor could carry the loads that will be put on the reactor on a commercial level. It's no way. See, we talking about him being able to go to the next level, which is to actually have the government hire an agency to put the show on for the powers that be. In order for them to do that on a commercial level, they have to shut down some area in order to bring it up, powered by that miniature or compact reactor. Do you get what I'm saying? Okay. I talked about Ronald Reagan, make America great again. What Donald Trump has done and has been doing, and the reason why he don't want to let go of office is because he is following in the footsteps of Reagan. Now, I don't know that from because I've never followed politics. It just came from the research I've done. Make America Great Again was the first clue that I got. I found out that Ronald Reagan, excuse me, was the first one that said that. And that the company that the government hired and, for Bill Gates' show to be put on is the same company that Ronald Reagan dealt with. It was something else about Ronald Reagan. Oh, Ronald Reagan also dealt with Fauci. He dealt with Anthony Fauci, and I can't remember what about, he dealt with Anthony Fauci as well as, the other one name is? Bill Gates. So, no, now he ain't dealt with Bill Gates. He dealt with Anthony Fauci. I don't know if he dealt with Bill Gates, but I can say Ronald Reagan dealt with the corporation or business that they hired to put the show on for Bill Gates. They actually did business with Ronald Reagan, and I don't know what they call it. I got to get the words. See, that's what messed me up. They put on a show with Ronald Reagan there, showing their ability to shoot missiles off. This is what this company does. I need to find it here because it talks about what this company does to get an understanding. And I'm tired of people stealing my shit. Excuse my language, but I'm really tired of it because I can't get it out. I be so excited. I done said on this I said I ain't gonna present this before Thanksgiving. Because I don't think it's gonna. Because I was thinking about December 30th. Some shit gonna happen between 2. I got that many performance issues. I ain't got nothing open with one board. December 30th between 2 a.m. and 8 a.m. I'm just rambling. I don't know what it is, but I'm still trying to figure that out. Let me see if this is it. It's a BATTELLE, BATTELLE, is now an international science and technology enterprise. This is all from Wikipedia that explores emerging areas of science, development, and commercializes technology. Oh yeah, this is them because they commercialize technology, and manages laboratories for customers. No, this is the one. BATTELLE is the one that manages the nuclear reactor testing site in Indiana. So this is not them. It says the National Laboratory Management, Idaho National Laboratory, through the BATTELLE Energy Alliance, a coalition between BATTELLE, BWX Technologies Inc., Washington Group International, Electric Power Research Institute, and the Alliance of Universities. What do I have here? The historical timeline. 1961. Okay, I did the 1961. Went down, baby, get out. Oh, yeah. What was this about? Nuclear Renaissance, the nuclear power 2010 program. I thought I could do this, but this stuff is too out of order. It's one of the national laboratories of the United States. Department of Energy. Okay. The National Nuclear Security Administration. Yeah, that's what the funding is directed to. The National Nuclear Security Administration. Yeah, because I got the budget there. What do I have here? Donald Trump, cabinet. Okay. Okay, I did the affirmative action. I tried to make that make sense. I talked about 1961. Okay, under 1961 in my notes, I'm just reading y'all because let's see. Okay, I'll read that. It says Pacific Northwest National Laboratory, or PNNL, is one of the United States Department of Energy national laboratories managed by the Department of Energy, the DOE, Office of Science. Let's see, what's that? No, originally Ben Harlow. Infrastructure.org is this thing. Oh, yeah. What I'm actually still trying to do at this time is I'm looking at the existing electrical power grid to see, what area is going to go out. Because I remember it was a time in 2000, maybe 2009, 10, maybe. No, I was here, 9, 6. So it had to be 3. Between 2003 and 2006, it was just basically a nationwide power outage. The grid, they said something happened to some grid somewhere. The power went out, not just here in Michigan, it went out in multiple states. It was widespread outage. And the water stopped running, all kind of stuff. And so I was trying to look at that because I want to know, I've been Googling trying to figure out what grid was that went down that caused that. But when I looked up the power outages, notable power outages, I saw one during that time period. No, yeah. I saw one outage during that time period, but it wasn't described the way I heard it through the media. It wasn't described the same way. But I do believe it was the same one. And I think that might have been in 2003 or something. Anywho, there is always something. Okay, anywho. For the record, I'm gonna give some more gems out because I'll be back with this. I asked, Google said how many nuclear plants are there in the United States, and Google gave me this answer. It said it's 96 operating commercial nuclear reactors at 58 nuclear power plants in 29 states. That's what I want to know about the nuclear power plant. But remember, the power plant I've been talking about or referring to in Idaho is a testing site. That was the difference. That was what caught me up at first. It's the testing site where they have been setting this, developing this piece of technology. What's this TerraPower? Oh, this is where you go. I'm about to tell you the site to go to. If you want to see what I'm talking about, when I'm talking about how Bill Gates owns this, Bill Gates was doing business with this place called TerraPower, and how TerraPower has been the developing. Those are his developing scientists that has hired to develop this compact reactor. That's who helped them develop it. And now they've hired this other place. I'm gonna find the name of it to put the show on. And that's just been this year that they hired this company to put the show on. That's how I know the power outage is soon to be. The TerraPower is TerraPower, TerraPower.com. It's not a really advanced site, like a whole lot of links. So you can go straight there. If you never follow through on the site, go to this site. Is his name, Bill Gates' name, right there. Is the funder. The funder, Bill Gates. TerraPower.com. It says our work travel. Oh, it's called the Traveling Wave Reactor. Traveler Wave Reactor Technology is Bill Gates. Traveler Wave Technology Reactor. And this reactor also can be used again for the application of splitting cells, and it says it's on there somewhere. It talk about how they trying to get to break the cell down even further than science is already capable of doing. When that is done, is it every time they breaking these seals, 7 seals in the Bible, every time they breaking the seals, that's what's bringing on the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, and now they're going after breaking another seal, another seal. Remember, it was 7 seals. I don't know. Just thinking right now. I know what's the hydro collider thing? Did they break a seal there? I know they broke a seal on that woman in China. They broke a seal. That seal. I know that, and it brought the corona, just like the Bible says. I don't know how to make this make sense and clean it up so it looks professional, so it's more believable. But anyway, I talked about here. After I said go, and in my notes I say go to the design, because they show the design of the reactor. Oh yeah. You can just Google missing trucks full of uranium and plutonium. I'm gonna leave that alone. Let's see. Okay. There was something. Oh, yeah. More gems to drop. Donald Trump. Ronald Reagan, make America great again. How can I say this? I don't know if this is going to come out right. Americans, we're known as narcissistic, lazy, fat mother suckers. Not very smart in comparison to other parts of the world. In China, I think they said they go to school 7 days a week or whatever. And they are really very smart, especially when it comes to technology, medicine and stuff. But make America great again. See, when they use the term "make America great again," they're talking about Ronald Reagan or Donald Trump, either one. They're talking about more technical issues as usual. They're talking about having a population that are competitive in the world market. As far as science, engineering, technology, medicine, different things like that. In comparison to like China's population, we're not doing well. Ronald Reagan. I don't even know how to put again, y'all. I don't know how to put all this in order to. But y'all, Ronald Reagan. He God dang it, I can't think of the line of thought. But here it is. What was it? Make America Great Again, Ronald Reagan, Trump, India, and IT. I don't even know what the line of thought was, but it took me. I knew it had something to do with Make America Great Again, and I found out Ronald Reagan said it first. Then when I looked at Ronald Reagan, I saw his platform and what it was about, and then I looked at Donald Trump, and Donald Trump basically was taking over some aspects of what Ronald Reagan was trying to promote and move forward on. Remember, I was saying Ronald Reagan met with the same corporation Bill Gates is about to have display his invention. Ronald Reagan dealt with these same people, and it was about nuclear war. It was about basically getting nuclear heads to go further and to be more accurate and different things like that. How can I say this? Ronald Reagan, I can't remember what it was, y'all. So again, I know it sounds totally crazy. He's an evil person. Yeah, he is a warrior. Like, thank y'all for coming around here hearing me ramble. I'll try to make it make sense at some point in time, somehow. Uh, but Ronald Reagan went to Portugal, 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 and this was in. I got it right. Was this part of 1961? No, it couldn't have been. It wasn't that far back. 1980. Some Donald Trump was 1983. 1983. That grandbaby stole my markers. They about ran me crazy, y'all. 1983. It says, gentlemen, in 1983, Nancy and I welcomed President and okay, yeah. So they went to Portugal, and so we're gonna say the what they call them delegates in Portugal gave a speech, before introducing Ronald Reagan to the platform. I'm trying to summarize. And what the delegates were talking about, or the person's hosting, Ronald Reagan and Nancy Reagan visit to Portugal, was saying, hey, Portugal, we weren't very strong. I don't know what they are, nation. But, over time, we have come to prove ourselves. And what they proved to the world was that their citizens were valuable. Were valuable. Let me try to make it. Make America great again. Make it great again. Oh, gosh. How do you make... Oh, Lord. I forgot. I'm going to try to say it like this. I think there are like... I can't remember. I can't remember everything. Scatterbrain, y'all. Okay. But let's say there are 5 super, not just world powers, super world powers. We didn't talk about it. I can't remember. United States, China, Russia, what was the other one? I know them 3, United States, Russia, and China, and there's a couple more, right? 5 world powers, super world powers. What makes a continent a super world power? It is their advancements in engineering, science, engineering, and technology, number 1. It is the people's ability to uphold whatever constructs exist in that area to make that land great. United States of America, in comparison to like China, we done fell off. China people are, smaller in stature. They don't have the diet that Americans have. I don't mean to be funny, but what they negative, I guess the connotation associated when they eat rice. So they're very small frame people. They're healthier, they live longer, they're more intelligent, they're more useful. They're worth their weight in gold, literally. And because they're so intelligent, they have learned to manipulate the various natural resources of this earth to allow themselves anyway, to advance science, engineering, and technology, making them the super power. But United States want that and has had that position for a long time. But what is happening, Americans have gotten fat, lazy, less educated. We're constantly we don't have any, respect for each other. Like in China, when I went to Michigan State, I'm all over the place. This is an Aquarius Rant, y'all. But when I went to Michigan State, I met folks from China, young women, and they talked about their social structure. And they talked about those that failed and those that succeeded. They talked about the pressure. They talked about, what they call it, with masculine energy rules. They talked about all of these things. And so my whole point is saying they have a social structure that's in order, even in the home. That doesn't exist in most American homes. You know what I'm saying? We got outspoken black women and all kind of stuff, or spicy Latinos. And I'm not trying to be racist, more funny than anything, or, offensive. But I'm just saying, we just very self-expressive. Americans are self-expressive people. We're indulgent. We enjoy our lives. We don't really yield to any traditional structure anymore. That died out in the 1960s. You get what I'm saying? Because that died out, because our powers don't have control over us, like let's say the powers over China have. We have fallen from the capability of being a world, not the world, just a world power, the super world power. You get it? We fat, so we not living as long. We costing American money to have to even when we live because we got medical problems and health issues. You know what I'm saying? Just all kind of we are what do you call it? A liability. The citizens, a majority of the citizens in the United States are liabilities. I'm going to say that again. The majority of the citizens in the United States are liabilities, where the majority of the citizens are in China are an asset. And if you ain't an asset, they know how to go sit down and be quiet. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a battle for being a superpower. And so one of the ways that you can impose your power upon others is through violence, straight up violence. So that's where all the nuclear weapons and everything comes in, as well as the nuclear power, the use of nuclear power. I don't know how to say this. Anyway, why did I just go on that whole little rant? Because remember I was talking about Reagan back in 1983 ends up in Portugal. And what they were talking about, the host was saying, hey, we've proven ourselves now. Our people, Portugal's people, are ready. We're ready. We're fit. We're more educated. We're more, beneficial. And now we're making allies, we can say, like with the United States. You know what I'm saying? Making allies with the United States. Again, Portugal trying to ensure side with what they thought doing 1983 was a more powerful nation, is what I'm getting. God dang it, I forgot my last thought. Because it's so much, y'all. It's still some gems, and I ain't gonna get them. And Ronald Reagan, oh yeah. The Cape of Good Hope. Cape of Good Hope, somewhere, I guess, along the waterways in Africa and something else or whatever. I know the Cape of Good Hope. But anyway, it was a more secure and practical way of traveling the waters from one landmass to the other. And so it actually has to do with trade. And so when Reagan was in Portugal during that time, we're talking about, oh God, let's say it. I don't even know how to say it. Because I'm sorry, y'all, I'm really having a hard time, and I continue to have a hard time with this, because as I talk, I try to just jot down these notes, but I ran into a whole lot of information. So when I start talking about the Cape of Good Hope and Ronald Reagan's visit to Portugal and the people being ready to be an asset, not an asset to the world, or to an alliance with the United States, and it takes me to another thought I've had, or other findings that I've had when I last year actually, when I was talking about on a video when I was talking about China, how China went over in Africa and they built some like toll bridges or something. They investing in parts of Africa so that they can basically control, aspects of Africa. They helping Africa survive because some parts of Africa are not doing well, and China was investing in parts of Africa to help them do well, and to stimulate the economy and stuff. And so they, you know what, y'all, everything I've seen now, I didn't know. I really didn't know. I'm all over the place, Aquarius Rant. I did not know that all of this life was just politics. That's all it is. Once we were born in this world, we had no business engaging in anything else but politics. This is why I'm overwhelmed right now. Because everything is nothing that ain't politics. It's just a common Jane and Joe, the general populace. We don't know that everything is politics. These people don't love. They mirror our activity. And I'm off on some other stuff. They mirror our activity. That's to say that they get married and they have a 2.5 kids and a dog and a white picket fence of the White House. But that ain't who they are. They don't have no love. Them people really ain't family. They don't have passions like that. That's not their interest. Not at all. Everything that I have read over the last few years, and y'all, I never understood politics. When I say never, I'm talking about when I was younger, my early 20s, I didn't understand that stuff. But it ain't nothing that I have touched in the last 15 years. That ain't politics. At first, I was ignoring it. Like, okay, I'm just looking at an aspect of life. No, I wasn't. These people, that's all they are. It's all politics. It's nothing in our existence that is not, quote unquote, using the term political. Political. It looks like so many different other things, but it's political. That's the term that we use. It's all political. Everything from your medical, everything. Everything. Your job, it's all political. It's all the politics, or I like this term, the bureaucracy, because bureaucracy talking about all the red tape and stuff that you got to throw on every level of your life. We don't, it's like all we really are, just the general populace, when I say us, are looking at the screen, like on the laptop, the pretty screen on Windows, where you can click this icon or this icon, but we never see the zeros and ones that's running behind the screen. We never see that. But that's what this world is all these zeros and ones is all politics. And I told y'all my whole life I was haunted by dreaming about zeros and ones, even before technology existed as far as general populace being aware. I grew up, I used to wake up crying. I was like, Mama, make it stop. Make it stop. She was like, make what stop? I say, Mama, all I see is zeros and ones all the time. They just run it up. This is before I ever seen that imagery of computer codes running up and down. I was like, that's all I see. My mom's like, what is that? Nobody knew about that at that time that I was telling my mama that. So could you imagine when my mom's, what's wrong with you? I said, Mama, I don't know. I can't make it stop. It's just a lot of zeros and ones. And they go, what do you mean? Did you just dream of zeros and ones? All I dreamt about reoccurring dreams, y'all know I tell you about these reoccurring dreams, was zeros and ones. And I told y'all about my different reoccurring dreams, even this one. I got to think of what video though. See, I never think I'm lying. I've been told y'all like everything. I've been very transparent, zeros and ones. And now life has come full circle for me. I see the zeros and ones now. But now I can see the actual, the images that they create. What do I mean by that? I'll give you an example. When I was going to Michigan State, I took a class called AutoCAD. And I told y'all this story too. When it came to AutoCAD, I didn't know what AutoCAD was. I'm sitting up there like a dumb butt. And what time is it? Do I have a phone? I don't. Do I have money? A little. Okay. Yeah. God damn even thing left in there. Nope. That motherfucker gonna cost a guap. What's I talking about? AutoCAD. So I remember sitting in this class, and all it required was for me to look over at a binder to the right of me and type in exactly what I seen in that binder. Y'all know I'm so slow I couldn't do that. I'm like, because my question was, I tell you, I was a why. Why am I? This is what the class is that I'm sitting over here looking at this binder and typing exactly what I see. I think I was ITT teching. Like, what the heck is this? I said, why do I have to do this? And of course, I couldn't do it right because I'm too busy asking why. And so I told you it was supposed to build a square room. By the time I put the commands in, I was entering in commands, but that's what my conscience wasn't there. I was entering in commands. All I had to do was follow the rules in the handbook, put in the commands, and it would have built a square room. That's all I had to do. But by the time I got done, the room was collapsing. You know, like teacher was looking like, how dumb could you be? I just remember to look, because I didn't get it. I didn't get it. I did not get it. That took a long freaking time. This is crazy. I get on here and I know y'all just do complaining. I think I'll just change this to a complaining channel because I'm having some real life, deep rooted revelations, personal revelations. And it's how my life come full circle. Sometimes it brings me to the point of tears. I want to cry because I actually feel like it's kind of special too. I feel this level of evolution and it's a level of awakening on another level. All them years of dreaming of zeros and ones, the AutoCAD and just having to type the command in to create this virtual image, and here we are at this point in time. This is deep. It's deep. I know y'all don't understand what I'm talking about because I really am rambling. And once again, in my feelings, because it's real. And I don't know how to show y'all that it's real. My question is to myself, is it even right for me if I could really show y'all and stop, playing and lollygagging and show y'all? Is that what's supposed to happen? Is that why I'm guided to? Is that why I've gone through everything I've gone through? Is that why I've had the, experiences I had and had the revelations I've had and different things like that? Is that why I hit certain level of heights in my life as far as education and the elbows I rubbed with, but I was like, I didn't resonate with it. So I'm like, nah, I'm more of I'm going to say a native. How can I say it? I was like, I'm a native. I say Native American. When you hear the term Native American, you think of somebody living one with nature, And I'm more like that, than I am with what I rubbed elbows with. I don't know how to express it. I never understood what I was rubbing elbows with or what I was experiencing. I experienced a lot of stuff, y'all, a whole lot of stuff. And I'm rambling because it's some other gems here. And now I'm wondering, are we supposed to know? Have I been led to know to literally share with others? Because what I'm seeing is we must know, if I'm getting it, it will share with me and others alike, so that we understand clearly what's taking place so that we can make the changes that we need. And it goes back to something we can't touch and at halftime we can't comprehend is that we have a soul. We call it the soul. What it is, who knows? But we call it the soul. Something that exists, the energy itself, the soul, that energy exists. And that part of us needs us to get something right in its physical, is what I'm picking up. And I can't make myself that transparent. I always ask God, not man, but I ask God for confirmation. Show me. And he showed me. But then as long as that happens, it's confirmed, I'd be like, show me this. I'm tripping, y'all, because how would I say, okay. You're going all off in your feelings. Is that Anthony? No, I talked about Bill Gates, Anthony Fauci, all of these hot topics. What I find interesting now, y'all, let me say this. What I find interesting is that it's certain events and circumstances, situation, and people or characters that are like just spotlighted now. Everywhere you go, they talk about Anthony Fauci and Bill Gates and this and this, that. I hadn't gotten there just until this past 2 weeks. That's when I got here. And I was like, now, see, something up with that. That these, again, circumstance, situation, the characters is so popular. It's something up with that. You know, why is everybody talking about it? What makes us all talk about it? Why? Oh, well, we know Anthony Fauci is connected to this vaccination. Okay, this vaccination stuff. Who the fudge is Anthony Fauci? Okay, well, now I know who Anthony Fauci is. He has been the head, basically the head doctor that government or the presidents since Ronald Reagan. Just since Ronald Reagan, Anthony Fauci has been a doctor that all government officials have referred to or the presidents have referred to. Just as Ronald Reagan. Didn't we just talk about Ronald Reagan? See, I can't tell y'all what I've experienced because it's too much. It's just too much. But I talked about Ronald Reagan in relationship to this corporation that's about to launch Bill Gates' creation. I talked to you about President Reagan, even though I know it didn't make sense in relationship to where Donald Trump picked up at. I talked to you about Ronald Reagan as a person that dealt in Portugal because he was looking at Portugal as a people was better than his own United States citizens. Basically, they value they weight in gold. They was worth their weight in gold. So he's over there seeing how he can pimp them people. That's what they're doing. And Anthony Fauci began his that's when it started. Ronald Reagan, when he first started dealing with presidents and presidents taking what he had to say, excuse me, I've been drinking, as, you know, the go-to information. That Anthony Fauci guy got a long list of accolades and rewards and things like that. I was looking at where he went to school at. You know, you can only get so much information. We don't know what kind of grades that man made, but that's just me talking. This is me talking. But that Anthony Fauci, what else? It was quite a bit of things by him. Did you know that Anthony Fauci was born in 1940? And that's when he was born. So it's a little wee baby. But when a baby come in, do you know that baby is susceptible to the energies that exist during that time? Do you know that was the time during World War II? It was the time during Hitler and all kind of stuff. Do you know what made Anthony Fauci? And do you know that he is the most narcissistic? I heard people say this though, but I found it. He's the most, and I didn't find it in astrology. I found it in researching, somewhat of astrology. His birthday, his history, his upbringing. He's a narcissistic person. And, right. See, I don't want to do, I'd rather Aquarius rant and just complain and get it all out. Because if I break it up in parts or pieces, y'all won't go watch different videos if I break it up and be, professional about it and put it in different little videos. Y'all won't watch them and see how the story all goes together. Most of y'all won't do. So I'm just sitting there ranting. Pick up what you can. Anthony Fauci, what that man name? Born 1940. He a war baby during the period of Uranus and Taurus, the same period we're in now, in Gemini. It says between 1939 and 1946 was the period in which war babies were born. He's a product of his environment, but not in the way that you think. I'm just going to read my notes. In 1940, a period of World War II or the Second War, and all of the great powers were involved. Here we are, once again, during this time period, all of the world powers are involved. Again, Uranus is back in Taurus. Now, mind you, we're a little ahead of the game in relationship. I know this probably don't make sense ahead of the game than World War II because we just moved from Uranus and Aries into Uranus and Taurus. During this World War II, they were in Uranus and Taurus and moving into the next one, Gemini. So that period was a little ahead, but it's almost just about the same energy, and it's still looking at the people's sense of physical worldly security and stability, as well as your health and different things like that. Because Anthony Fauci, fell into the health arena. So anyway, what am I saying? I'm saying that during this time period that this man was born, see, the making of Anthony Fauci is he's a World War II baby. All of this, he came up through this. When he was sucking on his mama's breast, World War II was going on. Hitler was going on. Everything they talked about, every fear they had, every vibration they had affected this baby. Anyway, it says, the world's great powers were all involved. It says the great power is just to find, I think a definition of the great power is a sovereign state that is recognized as having the ability and expertise to exert its influence on a global scale. Why did I state that? I know I was reading. Most of us don't catch it. But I was stating it because he was born into an ideology. I've been talking about Sagittarius. People have been talking about Sagittarius. I talked about what earlier? The Bible, the white horse, being in a bow, an arrow, and going off. Sagittarius. Been born into an ideology. Same thing. He's born into a particular ideology. That's what okay. Okay, y'all was just drawing that correlation. It says, this is a quote. I don't know from where, but it says Fauci has served American public health in various capacities for more than 50 years and has been an advisor to every U.S. president since Ronald Reagan. Once again, an honorable mention. Oh, yeah, because he was mentioned somewhere else. I can't remember. 1940, carbon-14 was discovered. I didn't finish that. I'm going somewhere, y'all. What was it? I had a couple more genomes. Let me see if I can remember. I've been drinking. Oh, yeah. I was looking at the generational planets in relation, just to see what was going on, to see what he was born under. People are born under generational planets, and so I was seeing also what generational influence impacted him. And so let's see if I can get to it. Let's see. So the generational planets at the time that Fauci was born is Uranus and Taurus, as we talked about. And it's about the physical, worldly sense of security and or stability, or the ability to pacify your physical, worldly sense of security, stability, Then Neptune was in Virgo, and it's obscured details, not seeing certain things clear. Then Pluto, another generational planet, was in Leo, and it's the transformable pride of the narcissist. Transformable pride of the narcissist. Who are we talking about? We're talking about Anthony Fauci and his foundation, his making. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. It's two more generational planets, but they move excessively slow. We're talking about 11,000 years for one and 287 years for the other. Anyway, one talks about one living a life of comfort. Y'all gotta listen to this. Let me show you if I can tell you. We talk about Anthony Fauci. It talks about one who has lived this life of comfort, and they don't want to get out of their parents' house. They don't want to leave because it's just that good. They don't care who's coming to court them, who wants to marry them. They okay at home with their parents, living their best life. As an example. Then one day, this is the story. Then one day, a handsome stranger comes into town, and the person is smitten with him. So they throw the security of living with their parents away, and they go off with this person that they're smitten with. That seems like they got it all together, only to find out that person that they run away with and get married to is a player, not a good provider. And that person leaves them there to care for wherever they dropped them off at. So this daughter in the story, she ends up sending, she cries so much, so hard, so long, her father hears it from across the sea. This is probably another Greek mythology thing, y'all. It's something like that. So she cried her father here. So her father set off to sail to go get his daughter. This, I'm gonna start getting ghetto, y'all. He got on her nerves. His nerves. He tried to marry off. She wouldn't leave. All that kind of stuff. But anyway, he get up like a good father do. He go save her. He go save her. On the way back, he in a one-seated canoe. So she had to sit on the helm of the little canoe. He rowing them home. When her man come home, after being on his out home to do, I'm getting ghetto, doing what he's gonna do, he realized she done left. And so he go out, we talking about Greek mythology, and he calls a storm. So her and her father rowing back to home, back to the father's kingdom. The storm is so fierce, she fall off the father's ship, the little boat, canoe, not a ship, canoe. And she is cold. It's cold because the ex is raging and acting a fool and, trying to punish her for trying to leave him. And the father is, wait a minute, I'm trying to get that. So the woman is grabbing on the father's ship saying, help me, help me, help me. And the father's like, he's thought about it. Like, I kept trying to marry this young lady off. She wouldn't get married off. She wouldn't leave. She wouldn't take care of herself. She wanted me and her mom to take care of her. And now she about to flip this boat with me in it. Nope. So the father hit her with an oar. Bow. Her hands ain't on the ship. Her fingers break off. They fall into the ocean. They make every sea creature that you ever known, from an octopus, squid, or whatever. And then she goes down. He hit her with the pedal on her head or something like that. And she go down. And she becomes a sea creature, whatever. But this is the, what do you call it? Is it idea? This is what do you call it? A personification of energies that surround the birth and early rearing of Anthony Fauci. That is to say that an example of what I mean is like, as a leader, he's become a leader, a figure in health. That the powers that be, humanity, has offered you help. We've taken care of you. And you've done what you wanted to do. You've eaten unhealthy. You've smoked cigarettes. You have partied all night long. You've done whatever you were going to do. Even though we've taken care of you, we've given you every immunization you need. We've given you every good device you need. And now, the time has come, right now, this time. And you're no benefit to us. You're no benefit to us. This is the story. And so I'm not going to save you and drown myself. No. People of the world, we're going to let you drown. Because we gave you the best we had. And we asked you to get up and stand on your own feet, and you wouldn't. It's the same story. This is what I'm trying to say, is the certain energies that created him overall. And now he's achieved, talking about Anthony Fauci, these feats in his life. He is a head doctor that the government, what do you call it, refers to, or whatever you call it, uses as an advisor. And his makeup is that of, check it out, war baby, of death, lack, destruction, horror. He's also a period of Hitler, as mentioned, which is with the Holocaust and torture and things like that. This is part of his making. That Greek mythology or folklore, or whatever it is that I just shared, is a part of his making. And it is also, this one at Cure. What does that say about that? Congregate Neptunian, a new reality and perspective. Cosmic intelligence. Cosmic intelligence. That's another part of what he is. He has I hit such hard times and deliver messages because I've delivered every 5 minutes that I can. Who is that? Oh, everybody just went out hanging and partying. Y'all, I'm going to take a bathroom break. I'll be right back in a minute. Hopefully, y'all can hold on here. I'll be back in about 2 minutes. I mean, everybody just ain't nobody saying nothing. I do. Okay. What's the plan? Whew. I'm tired now. Okay. I knew my house had got too quiet. Most of them done left up out of here. Okay, ain't said a word. Will ultimately assist in destruction. Oh, yeah. Well, those last two things I talked about before I took a break is I summed it up as saying he, who am I talking about? Anthony Fauci. Due to his whole makeup, his complete foundational makeup, will eventually assist in the destruction of what? Humanity, or a portion of the world's population. But I was going to say, I do believe I hadn't finished with the Q-or. I don't know how to pronounce it, and I'm talking about a astrological body whose orbit is every 287 years plus. And it talks about having a new perspective or cosmic intelligence. That's why I left off at. And the reason why I want to talk about the cosmic intelligence is because oftentimes when I look at astrology and share what my findings in astrology, it talks about certain people being born with like a heightened level of intelligence. It's unworldly. And an example of this type of intelligence could be somebody like Michael Jackson. It's this, who else has an intelligence like this? You can even think of who has an intelligence like this that we can identify so easily, like they're not from this world. Uh, Michael Jackson is like the best person I could think of. His ability to compose music in a way that is able to affect all types of nationalities, races, whatever, and to move them to the point of fainting and things like that. Do you know what he had to be in touch with? It's that type of cosmic intelligence. See, I don't know what we're dealing with here. When I say I don't know, I be thinking off world sometimes because we're talking about that type of intelligence. This is the type of intelligence Anthony Fauci has. This is the type of intelligence Adolf Hitler had. And it's the intelligence that includes the ability to know. And I talked about it when I did the video, when I talked about the knowing 2020, talking about the spirits that dwell within, is knowing how to move a crowd. Adolf Hitler was able to move the masses to commit genocide against millions of people. What do you have to possess to hypnotize or persuade, if not hypnotize, but persuade hundreds of thousands of people to perform genocide to other humans of this world? What do you have to say? What do you have to be? What has to be inside of you? It's that intelligence. That's the cosmic intelligence that I'm talking about. Again, it's that cosmic intelligence that Michael Jackson had to move the masses of different cultures and nationalities. That intelligence right there. And so it says that Anthony Fauci possesses that type of intelligence. And so in relationship to him, because he's a health care, we can say provider, his intelligence is something like this. Remember, Ronald Reagan went to Portugal, and he was talking about how, they people that got on debt, they on point now, they ready, they worth their weight in gold. So Anthony Fauci saying, okay, y'all, if you ain't worth your weight in gold, it's time for you to go. You know what I'm saying? Because he has this cosmic intelligence of we are more of, again, a liability to anything. And you get rid of liabilities, don't you? Don't you do credit repair? You get rid of liabilities. And that's what he's aware of on that cosmic level. I don't know if that made sense to you or not. I always ask the question to how can you influence so many to do whatever you want? But how can you do that? When I suggest something to somebody, they hate, everybody go the opposite direction every time. You say, you are awesome. Thank you for all the work you do to awaken and inform us. You're welcome. Hi, Sonia, right? And God bless you and yours. Thank you. So what all of these many hours that I've been on here, what have I really covered? Probably much of nothing. But I do want to alert you that I wholeheartedly believe in myself. And hi, Lulu, I see you. And yeah, I'm going to do some readings in a couple of days. Everybody just been loud here. Everybody off the chain. The neighbors, my kids, everything, just getting on my damn nerves. Nobody want to be quiet. And by the time it gets quiet, it's 3, 4 o'clock in the morning if I'm lucky. And I'll be like, I'll be just not wanting to go live then. I'll be like, I can barely get, people on my live. So I was like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, it'd be harder. I plan on, I hope to be able to do something this week because I know I probably got pretty rusty. I've been diving more into astrology and other research, any, clues I'm getting. What was I going to say? Okay, let me see. Okay. Oh, I was going to summarize. Okay, I'll do a summary in a minute. I'll read this so I can go back and watch it and do better. Oh, another thing I learned about Anthony Fauci as I did my little research, I went to a site. I ain't gonna name it. I got to learn how to talk without giving references and I was trying to cite stuff. Is that he's a metal dragon. And listen to what I gotta say this. I'm I'm be plagiarized. I don't want to plagiarize nobody's stuff. I done had too many people plagiarize, man. Don't get me started. On the site www.astrotheme.com, I looked up the Chinese sign, and he's a metal dragon. And it says he's wayward and arrogant. He so highly values his natural virtues, which is often excessively demanding. Let's see. Oh, I didn't finish it. I said I would go to the site. So anyway, you can go to the site, www.astrotheme.com, and literally look up the celebrity Anthony Fauci and find out what it says about him. It says that he's a metal dragon as far as Chinese astrology, metal dragon. So you can Google and say, hey, what are some metal dragon, characteristics and traits? Anyway, that's what I see based on my overall evaluation of him. And it says, go to nih.gov about NIH, what we do, NIH. I don't know what that is. Almanac? No. Is that DAMA? I can't read mine right now. I know that. NAC, National Institute Allergy Infectious Disease. Oh, NIAID. Okay, Anthony. This has to do with Anthony Fauci. NIAID, major areas of investigation. One of many. When I was following the line of Anthony Fauci, find out more about him, really get a feel for him, I was looking at where he worked at, early on, works at, and one of the they got different. See, I don't know the terminology that goes with each of these departments. I have talked about the Department of Military. In this live, I've been talking about, even though I know it didn't come across like it, I talked about the military, the Department of Defense. I talked about this NIAID. I have talked about that place, that Bat-El place. I talked about again, Ronald Reagan, Donald Trump, Anthony Fauci, Bill Gates. What's the other place where who got Bill Gates model? I can't think of the name. The place in Idaho. Idaho. Okay, it's just too. I'm talking about a lot of different things, and it's difficult because I guess it's a couple of central points. I guess I can say one central point. Well, the central point is the populace. That's the center point of all of this. So understand when you hear people talk about these kind of things, that's it. The center point are the people. And it's attack on the people. And then there is this focus on how science, engineering, technology, we're not even fathoming how advanced science, engineering, and technology is. That's why I put that label up there, Cowboys and aliens. We don't understand. We're not comprehending how advanced technology is. We're not. And it's because I do believe overall we've been led to believe in like the cowboy periods, being out in the prairie in the old Wild West and the outhouses and stuff. And for many, it wasn't like that. I mean, not for many, for the powers. It was not like that. It was not like that for them. It was just like that for us when we was coming up, or our ancestors, but not for them. Their technology is far more advanced than we have ever considered. And Bill Gates right now has developed a model that is going to be activated very soon. And they're doing it for on a commercial level, on a mass level, just like your energy company, which suggests to me that the power will go out. And they're going to make up an excuse so that we won't know what's actually going on. But it is, again, Bill Gates' contribution to humanity in the form of more. Remember, they always talking about, and it goes so deep, y'all, because it's not one layer. I can say I do need to make one video for each of these subject matters, and if I did so, it may be about 7 to 8 2-hour videos, and maybe y'all maybe it makes sense, but you'll get one part of it and not the rest of it, and it all go together. The Cowboys and aliens, it go together. That talks about how our mind has been manipulated to think, to perceive our reality. So we never even think about how advanced the powers that be are. We have been, you think like what made us think that? What made us think about people living in these raggedy shacks and no indoor water or toiletries? Was it Western movies? Was it them cowboy movies that made us think that? Because a lot of people, a lot of the powers that be, again, didn't live like that. Yeah, I mean, I want you to grasp how that, having that perception has helped us, put our guard down or our suspicion down. Do you get what I'm saying? If you don't even think it exists, if you don't think if it's possible, if it's not a part of your consciousness, you can never impose your will into it. You can never inquire about it. You're never aware of it. You never know it's a possible threat. You never know something that's getting out of your reach. That's the Cowboys and aliens I'm talking about. How we were, even back then, hundreds of years ago, socially engineered to be unaware of just how advanced we were in technology, period. And it freed up these powers and these researchers and these scientists to continue to break through. We had these breakthroughs, including, again, the breaking of the seals of these cells that I'm talking about. The breaking of of the cell to a living organism is what's causing or creating the 4 horsemen of apocalypse. And I could go in so much deeper on that, and I know I will. And the crazy thing about that is that about two or 3 years ago, I was instructed. Y'all know I say I be hearing commands about what to look for when you have the suggestions. Well, I was commanded to do so, but I was in my feelings because y'all know I wasn't getting no views and no support, so I would, just like I was commanded to do something about the lungs before all this broke out, and talk about how to, I ain't gonna go, but I wouldn't do it because I was in my feelings. My love for wood, you know what I'm saying? Because I feel like, and I was saying this earlier, if I was called to do this, it seemed like it would be great. It's not about who the fudge, who doing what. Why ain't I'm about to have a fit for real. I'm gonna get real ugly up in here. I just feel like, I go through my own personal battles. To me, all of this is real. I know I'm all over the place in the Aquarius Rant. All of this is real to me. And I just feel like, I made the video, the live called The Promised Land of Milk and Honey, where the reward ain't for me, it's for the people. But I feel like, if I really am, doing what I'm supposed to do, I ain't got to be rich, but it would be more than 4 people. Even though I appreciate y'all, folk. Maybe y'all the folk that's post listening. I don't know. to spread the message. And so that's my confusion. That's what caused me to stress out. That's what leads me not to be able to be professional and organized. It's not, I'm not being motivated. But then again, whatever is greater than ourselves, I do know that it has its own way. But yet it still bothers me, and I can't what's the word, withstand it. Can't withstand it. And so that causes me, am I doing, that's what I'm saying, I'm getting to the point, like, am I really supposed to be doing this stuff? Am I really supposed to be, I can't even tell, yes, I can. That's a whole nother thing. It's been a lifelong issue too. Everything I've been involved in from school, and it was a mess. Okay, Nancy, just do this. Okay. What was this one? Oh, that's the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Okay, I need that. Because I got to clear this out of my mind. So I did this. Okay, I did that. No, that's next. I ain't gonna pay no attention. Okay. This is the article I printed out about when Ronald Reagan went to Portugal. And I know this probably won't make sense. This is like a 3-page. Okay, yeah, 2-page. Well, 2 and something. It says, and I'm just reading what the host was saying to Ronald Reagan, or in the people who were at present at this banquet or whatever it was. It says, we who have studied and been so stirred by the facts of Portugal's past. That was saying and summing up that Portugal was weak at some point in time. And then he says Portugal's democracy is no longer a risky experiment, but a solidly established fact. I mean, it was a time that Portugal wasn't strong enough to be a democracy. It wasn't. The people weren't worth their weight in gold. They didn't have the organization. But here it's saying we done pulled ourselves up by the waist straps, over this time. And now we're ready for the democracy. Our people are worth their weight in gold. And the reason why the people haven't been worth their weight in gold, remember I did the videos called, Occultist Secrets. When I was talking about the Yuma octopus, talking about how each individual in a region is the animation to any social construct. That's to say, when we deal with the healthcare industry only exists and live as a being and an entity, as a spiritual entity, because there are nurses and there are doctors. I talked about a doctor. I ain't gonna mention her name here. The one that did me shady. She is a living organism which creates the overall creature of the healthcare industry. She's just one of many nurses, doctors, interns, I don't know who else, RNs, whatever. They all create that unit. Otherwise, that creature of the healthcare. Otherwise, healthcare wouldn't exist. And so this person in Portugal is saying our people are ready to be, the animation, the puppeteer to the organism, an organism that will be beneficial to this world. Portugal can use their people now. They ready. Their health is great. Their intellect is sharp. You know what I'm saying? They're beneficial. And I just used, because I'm all over the place, y'all know now, it's the Aquarius Rant. I just used the healthcare as one of these spiritual beings that humans create and animate in this world. The judicial system, the judiciary system is another spiritual entity or being manifest here on this earth. I've talked about it. And it's created by attorneys and lawyers and stenographers and the law enforcement. You know what I'm saying? It's the whole jail system, and it's the prisoners themselves that create that living being. They move the tentacles to that being. They make that being breathe. You know, and so that's what this person in Portugal was talking about to Ronald Reagan. And why did I bring that back up? I was about to drop another gem and I forgot because I'm long with it, y'all. Anywho, maybe I'm yeah, okay. Let's see. I'm just reading this so I can try to remember what I'm supposed to say. Line of thoughts when I was trying to organize it before this. Affirmative action banned last in Idaho 2020. Donald Trump budget fiscal year 2021. These are things I talked about. Cabinet Department of Energy, which is the nuclear renaissance. Yeah. Was that Reagan? This was a plan. This is a plan. If I'm not recalling this right, it was a plan even during Reagan's administration that there will be a nuclear renaissance. And so when I talk about Bill Gates creating this, inventing this more compact nuclear reactor, he was building it for a time such as this, which is the nuclear renaissance. Remember, this projected nuclear renaissance started during Ronald Reagan. Was it Ronald Reagan? Anyway, the Nuclear Power 2010 program. See, I can't even do it. Pull up all these websites. National Nuclear Society Administration will receive funds. Okay, increase stream funds. I did that. Continues. Idaho National Laboratory, or INA, is one of the national laboratories of the United States Department of Energy. Okay, and is managed by Battelle. I talked about L Energy Alliance. Site in the highest deserts of eastern Idaho and employs 4,000 people. And that was when I read that this place that manages this laboratory I keep talking about in Idaho. When I read that it employs just this place here, Battelle employs 4,000 employees. That made me so just reflect back to like what the overall experience we're having in this physical world is really about. And now those 4,000 employees at that institution called Battelle that manages the nuclear reactor test site in Idaho. Those people, I'm sure they're just people like you and I. That's the thing. They're just like you and I. Some people aren't even aware. I could just imagine one of those employees like being my mother, because my mom went to work faithfully, and I mean, she's deceased, so I could talk about her job. Her job even came up in this research, not in this region, not in this area, but her job came up in this research. And that's what made me think about my mom, how people go to work and they're not even aware that they're a part of a bigger agenda. You're not aware that you're actually the energy that's animating these various constructs. Like I talked about, the healthcare industry or the judiciary system, or in this case, these people are animating this nuclear plant, this nuclear power, and just going to work every day trying to make $1. I can see them in their little, what do you call Crocs, and they little dress slacks, going to work, tired, probably going to the bathroom, sitting on a stall, taking a nap, trying to get some Z's in, ready to go home. Probably the funky, ventilation in the office they working in ain't no good. They respiratory going down. They circulation pole for sitting up there all day long. But they just doing their job trying to make $1. and not understanding the beast. When people talk about the beast that they're giving life to, and what that beast is ultimately going to do to us. To us. Now, what I haven't seen as far as documentation, I've seen videos, but I haven't seen any documentation about technology in the field of, yes, it did. Yes, it did. I just didn't go, I didn't go down that branch of artificial intelligence and AI. I didn't go down that branch. Oh, yeah. I didn't go down that branch. So, because that's what has to occur. That was has to occur. What am I talking about now? I'm kind of rambling because that's what I do. But I did see a stump or branch. I'll tell y'all, information branches off after you go so far. And I saw a branch that was presented that said, hey, you can come down me, like Alice in Wonderland, going down the rabbit hole deeper and deeper. Hey, you can come down me and I'll tell you about artificial intelligence and ITT. I mean, what's it? IT, artificial intelligence, whatever, you know what I'm saying? And I'll tell you where we are and where we're going, you know, and who's involved and who's investing. But I didn't go down that branch. I stayed on this branch when I was messing around with Ronald Reagan and stuff. Oh, that's what I was about to say, and I forgot. So it's in the Columbus 2000. Oh yeah, it was in 2003. The blackout where the source. That's what they say that the source of the issue was in Columbus, Ohio. What am I talking about? That blackout that I told you seemed like it happened nationwide. They suggested it was in 2003, but I told you I didn't really, the description didn't match up with what I know from my perspective. But who am I? Let's see. I did the Battelle National Laboratory. I talked about that. Historical timeline. I talked about 1961. Let's see, because I know I'm missing a couple things. Pacific Northwest Laboratory. See, I read some of the tests and the test results. Original lab located. Okay. Power grid. Yeah, because that ain't worth mentioning. I'm still looking at that. Yeah, it is worth mentioning. I'm gonna mention it just like I mentioned the Idaho in that last stream. I'm gonna mention this because it came up. This is the second time. It came up a little bit, and that's the Mississippi River, and it's all the rivers and lakes or whatever else I can't remember, y'all, that runs into the Mississippi River. It's a part of that current that has come up. That came up, and so I couldn't pick up any additional information. It was like with a hound dog. I lost the track, so I let it go. But I'm just mentioning it because Mississippi came up twice in my research, and one of the things that I did really take note to is what's that? It was a water. What's that waterway in New York? Why is Mississippi relevant? Let me say this. I'm just all over the place. Hey, I was looking at Mississippi because number one, Mississippi has came up before my prior work. The Mississippi River. And Mississippi River is attached to a lot of other rivers and, just keep branching off. And the reason why that was important to me is because when we start talking about nuclear power, we have to have a cooling source. And there's certain ways to cool these nuclear reactors or rods or whatever. And, some is salt-based and water. When I first learned about nuclear stuff when I was younger, all I knew was about water. I saw tanks of water, cooling them. And so I know in order for tanks of water to cool them, they had to be near bodies of water. And so that's what made me say, ooh, maybe Mississippi, river and, those connected to it have something to do with it. I cannot find no connection directly, but I know it has something to do with it. And so the reason why that's important to me is because a couple of things that came up. Because remember, I'm looking like, okay, if this power outage is going to happen, my question is when? What reactor is they going to shut down in order to, bring up later Bill Gates' model? And I say that because, like, something that I don't know, I can't get no evidence out of it, is the astrological alignment for December 30th of 2020. That's I ain't never seen no astrological alignment like this. It's real, real tight. I did decode it, and it's nothing really significant as far as I can see. It just really, really looks very strange, the astrological alignment again. It suggests that like something may occur between 2 a.m. and 8 a.m. on that day, possibly. No, was that? No, 12 a.m. to 8 a.m. that night, over that night, 12 a.m. to 8 a.m., December 30th. That is possible because everything is in this one corner where only most of it is hidden and only like this sliver of information is visible. But when I decoded the information in this chart for December 30th, it didn't seem to me like something threatening. How can I say it? What seems strange to me and possibly threatening, only threatening because I've never seen any alignment like this. December 30th again of 2020, never seen nothing like it. That's what's concerning to me. Like, what kind of alignment is that? Where everything is crushed over into a quarter of the astrological wheel, and into a quarter, and and that crushing of these astrological energies is between again midnight and 8 a.m. Okay, is that significant? But the information, once I decode it, it doesn't say nothing like this is gonna happen. What did it say? I don't know. It's got astrology right here. Let's see what it say. My eyes getting heavy. Shouldn't have been drinking. The extent of one's conscious is framework in which they are contained to. That was what I basically got. What did I just say? What did I pick up in this astrological wheel? It says the extent of one's consciousness, whatever you're consciously aware of, is the framework in which they are contained. Meaning wherever your state of consciousness is, any given person's state of consciousness is, whatever it consists of is unique to each of us. We're stuck in that frame of that. So if you're racist, you're in that frame. If you're liberal, you're in that frame. If you believe in being married and you've been married, you're in that frame. So that's one thing I picked up. And I have I'm not getting, again, I'm overwhelmed, as y'all can tell in this live, with information till I can't figure out. Predetermined other responses to external stimuli. These are my notes from that time period. You heard me? It doesn't make sense. I'm just summarizing what I decoded. It says predetermined. This is what I wrote. Predetermined responses to others or to the outside stimuli. Supportive asset. The supportive asset is one's beliefs. You find balance in the soul, meaning being who you are. If you an evil mother sucker on this day, the only way you happy or at peace is to be an evil motherfucker. Continue status of the soul and bonding with similar. So what am I saying? What am I talking about right now? Because I'm all over the place. It all goes together, y'all. I know I'm all over the place. But I'm saying on this date that I'm kind of curious about is saying, hey, you are basically who you are. Your true beliefs, whatever they may be, on all levels, is your framework. And the only thing that give you peace is to be who you are. I did a video called Knowing 2020. And in that video, if you follow me, you remember me showing images of the spirits that dwell within or cohabitate. It is those spirits. Remember, I told y'all in 2020, we was going to see people, real spirits, who they really are on the inside. And the best thing I can do, I know I bring it up, and I'm not trying to be provocative or nothing, but it's a perfect example. If a person is a hateful, angry, biased, narcissistic, racist, that's their mindset. That's their framework. They limited to it. They locked in it. And the only thing that'll give them peace is to do what? To be that. To be that beast. To let that which cohabitates within them, to give them that consciousness to be that way, to take stewardship over their vessel. You know what I'm saying? It's like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. I don't know which one. I guess Dr. Jekyll was the one that did the scientific stuff, and Dr. Jekyll was the result of him using his own stuff, and it didn't go right. So I'm talking about people that are the doctor, have been a doctor for a long time. And I talked about this in that 6-hour video live. Being a doctor, keeping their face on, keeping their fronts on. But the only thing to give them a peace come December 30th is to be Jekyll. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. So when you start hearing that, watch. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. So again, what am I talking about? Why am I talking about this? Because I'm wondering, is this alignment for December 30th something? Y'all got to remember, I'm an amateur. I am an amateur, so, you know, I'll be needing help, but I'm by myself here trying to figure these things out. Why? Because something keep compelling me to do so. I'd rather turn up and pop bottles. Anyway, it says, I'm still reading the astrological interpretations that I have. It says assets, Capricorn, worldly influence. What does that mean? Because I know it just sounds like a bunch of words to you. What I'm talking about when I talk about Capricorn, remember Capricorn in astrology is 10th house that deals with a person's bio. I gave an example in one video about a man named Dr. Greg Carr that I seen on the Karen something show. Her name was Karen something show. And I said, hey, type his name into Google, and it pulled up his bio. It was a perfect example because that was the first result I got when I typed the name Dr. Greg Carr in. The first suggestion was his bio. So that's why I suggested. But like Anthony Fauci got a bio. You know, it's everything that he went through from his early upbringing, his parents, their influence, their contribution into his life, the schools he went to, the Ivy League schools he went to, where he went and did his internships, and where he went and worked at as a doctor, as well as all them accolades and accreditations he got from the government agencies and different institutions he either worked with, spoke for, and whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's what that means when we start. As soon as you hear Capricorn, that's basically what it means. And it's talking about based on a person's bio, how much worldly influence do they got? I know I ain't got none. You know what I'm saying? Only influence I got is right here locally. But a person like Anthony Fauci, he has a lot of influence with what? The government. Donald Trump. Even back then, I think Ronald Reagan is gone on the glory. But Ronald Reagan, he has a lot of influence. When he tells them, they lean upon his expertise to make a determination about what they gonna do. You know, what shots they gonna call. And because Anthony Fauci gives them justification for what they'll do. You know, if they can't get good justification, then it's more likely that the powers that exist won't do something if they can't justify through a professional with a bio. You know what I'm saying? So what am I talking about? Again, I'm still talking about December 30th and the astrological alignments and what it means. Yada, yada, yada. Trying to see what it is because, again, why? It's a unique setup. It's really a unique setup. You would have to go to a chart to see it. And it says sun, which represents authority or government. And it has Cancer. Cancer is about your emotional sensitivity. If you feel emotionally secure or stable or grounded in this physical world, and or what you actually care about. And so I have emotionally charged. That's what I sum it up with, saying emotionally charged. Me, my intellect, is Libra, intelligently compatible partnerships. People are emotionally charged, is what I'm saying, during this time period, and all they want to be around is like partnership, people with the same mind. Uh, like Anthony Fauci, since I keep bringing his name, only want to be around his kind. You know what I'm saying? Remember, Anthony Fauci came up as a war baby. Was that the one with the war? That's the war baby. Or what's the other one? Yeah, it was Anthony Fauci came up as a war baby. But he has developed a particular ideology. He was raised in it, a product of his environment. He's accomplished. He's achieved. He got that cosmic intelligence. He only wants to be around those type of people. Number one, so he can really show who he is. Because the rest of the time, we wear a mask. Okay. Something's going on. I'm going to figure this out. And Saturn has a limit of specific movement. Jupiter pushes or... okay, you see that right. Y'all was trying to read somebody. I didn't realize I took so many notes on this astrological alignment. But I have the word rally, comfort, Pisces, and physical manifestation, expressions each day, Aries, warn, aggression, Mars, force, affirmative. Oh, this is where affirmative action came up. Went another way. Affirmative action came up 2020. I got to go back. How did that affirmative action came up? But the affirmative act, only thing, I'm gonna tell you what affirmative action means. Let me tell you this. All this time I've been talking about affirmative action. I hope y'all get that. That affirmative action was a code for those that are in the mix. I hope you get it. So when anybody in the mix hear the term affirmative action, or affirmative action is passed along in a what do they call it? What is it called? A notice or something, or a phone call. That's what I have to say it's called. You know what I'm saying? I got to get this out of my mind because I'm going to be confused, overwhelmed. You know, I'm saying it's a clue or code. It's code. Affirmative action is code. For what? Affirmative action points to what? The nuclear plant, the nuclear testing. It points to the show that must go on. And so Bill Gates can show off his design to see if all the utility companies and everything else would jump on and buy his equipment and things like that. Do you get what I'm saying? Just that term affirmative action signifies that. As I'm trying to get that's another thing. Trying to get that. There's a lot going on here, y'all. I guess that's why I be so excited. Because I get to see all of the clues unfold. It's interesting. I admire these people. I really do. I ain't being funny. I can't be one. I'd rather be one of them. I really would. Because their stuff is elaborate. It's elaborate. It's absolutely elaborate. But I couldn't be. From the soul, I couldn't be. Because remember, this is dealing with the soul. This astrological alignment is dealing with the soul. From the soul, I couldn't be. And therefore, I never was. I always knew that, though. Because I had a lot of opportunities. Behavior and less advanced thought. This is what tripped me out. Still decoding, sharing what I decoded in the astrological energies. One of the alignments was saying, hey, these people will be in more of their behavior their innate or instinctual behaviors, like the monkey mind kind of responses, than that of their higher self or their more intellectually advanced self. That's to say, even if a person is highly intelligent, sophisticated, and refined, they will not be behaving from that refined state. They're going to be responding from a very basic, um, instinctual state. Again, it's back. It's hard to talk about this part because we're talking about the state of a person's soul. They're coming from their demonic self. That's why I be trying in some. I be trying not to be religious, but a lot of what I talk about requires for me to have to, try to articulate it religiously. From a religious perspective, they are coming not from their higher self or being Christ-like or more conscious or more aware for the betterment of all. No, they're coming from their deep demonic. It's for real, y'all. These are real demons. We are dealing with and about to really deal with some real live demons, baby. So when I say they lower vibrational, animalistic, innate behavior, I'm talking about the demon that dwells within will be controlling these people's vessel. And I'm actually talking about, energies don't come it's just in a moment and dissipate. They set out and do what they came out to perform, the astrological energies, the compulsions, being compelled, and it moves until it does what it's set out to do, what it's been commanded to do by divinity, and then it slowly dissipates away. But what I'm saying is this astrological alignment on December 30th is this energy that says the freaks come out at night. There, I just thought of the freaks come out at night. That's what I'm really picking up. That's the theme song. The beasts come out at night. The beasts come out at night together. Destruction, construction. Reinvent yourself. What is this? Reinvent. Oh, and it's talking about a social reshuffle. A social reshuffle. Bringing it to the table. So let me tell you what I think that means. When I say a social reshuffle, it's like if a person is a doctor, as a public bio, let's say public bio, so they perform professionally. Remember in that 6-hour live stream, I talked about how people have been, oh man, what's the terms? I got the scientific terms. Well, they all what they are. Oh God, I can't think of it. Well, people have only like they don't appreciate. So there's some people that exist that don't appreciate having to do things that they really don't believe in, but they do so because our world laws and the constructs that make them have to do it. And I talked about it in detail in that 6-hour video, like doctors not wanting to care for a maybe a minority or something like that. And so, but they do because the laws say you have to. If they have the money to get the care, that you have to do it for them. You know what I'm saying? You can't just reject them on the, creed, color, sexuality. You can't do that. But they tired of it. In that video, somebody they tired of it. They don't want to do it. And so this energy, where it talks about a reshuffling, and so the doctor, when they go home, they commune with people that are like themselves, that part of them that they hide in the way, that they put away so that they can do their work as a doctor, because the laws make them do it. So they hide that part away until they get home around specific people. And that's when they have the dinner talk around the table where they talk about who they really are, what they really want, a vision that really exists for the world. You know what I'm saying? And even at home, they may not do it too freely because they don't want their who they really are to get out and their reputation to be scarred, to get forward to get. It's like people today. Sometimes like on Facebook, people go to work, they be nurses. I've seen stuff on Facebook where people been nurses, they go to work and then they go home and they do something on a Snapchat or Facebook or something, and they say something culturally inconsiderate or rude, crude, racist, or whatever, and then it ends up getting back to their job and they lose their job. That kind of dynamic. That's where I'm seeing the reshuffling coming in at, where why would I, as a person, as an example, that have a bias, be around anybody that I can't be open and be myself with? So I'm going to reshuffle my life socially, and I'm going to be around more people like me. That's an agreement. I went through that when I dealt with that 6-hour live stream. And so what am I talking about? See, I'm talking about a specific date now where the energy is real unique, is real strong, where these people are reshuffled into flocks that they truly resonate with. And remember, I'm talking about people's souls. So we're talking about demons. Being with demons is the way I'm seeing it. And angels, usually laid back, doing angel things. They priority where they at, free ranging like myself. But demons, gonna be with demons at this time. I really do believe that. I'm waiting to see. I can't wait to see. I'm so excited about December 30th. I really can't wait. Pluto sextile Saturn changed the order, career, and soul essence, ambition coming out of the bag is another. So some people gonna seem like they're coming out of the bag. I'm talking about this energy that is on December 30th, so it could be plus or minus 4 days or so. I already was plus or minus, but I this is the thing. I'm going to contradict myself. I say, hey, the energies don't come and fade in a day. And I don't think this energy fades in a day, but I think it's a moment, it's a trigger, or something that happens, that it exists on this date between 12 a.m. and 8 a.m. Something is, because that doesn't, I've never ever, and I haven't been here that long, but it's just a really unusual alignment. And I feel something when I just look at the alignment. And then plus with the information it's saying, I feel something. I feel something. It feels awkward. I mean, not awkward. It feels significant. When I look at the alignment, it feels significant. It announces itself. Like I am something. But then when I interpret it, this is what I'm picking up. That it's going to be people coming out of bags that you ain't think they were in. It's like, again, I use racism because racism is something we all know. I want us all to love each other and just, drink and smoke and, do whatever it takes for us to be chill. But in this real 3D world, that ain't the case. I'm a lighter. What mother sucker came to steal my lighter? So, they coming out of bags that you didn't even know they was in. So you could be around somebody that, you didn't even know they was hostile, biased, racist. And they can come out of bag on you. Now, I could be wrong because I'm looking at a whole lot of different stuff here. Again, it all seems like it's coming together, especially at the time period of darkness in which the power is going to be thrown out intentionally. That's some deep stuff. It's some deep stuff here, y'all. Pluto transforming into your spiritual nature. That's what I picked up. Transform, like people literally transforming into their spiritual nature. I know I had seen that. I had seen it. I've been seeing it. Like I said, whatever has guided me, it gave me an overall blueprint or layout of what's going to happen since 2016. You always hear me say 2016. But I didn't know then I was going to be walked step by step, step by step, step by step. And here's the time period where it say people transform into their spiritual nature, who they really are. That is the angel, demon, whatever. They transform. Maybe that transformation takes too bad it won't be in the physical. But I did do a video. I'm just talking now, y'all, until I can figure out the other gems. They in this paper somewhere. I remember when I did the video series called Spirit Talk, talking about the spirits that dwell within, 5-part series. And I talked about how one time when I encountered the spirit of Satan, how the inside of a person was embodied in a person. How Satan, the imagery we know of Satan with the horns and everything, the goatee, would come up to the surface of this person's skin and show himself. And I told him, I see you. And the spirit said through the person's mouth, say, I see you too. So I know you do. I wonder if that'll happen. If you pay close enough attention, will you be able to see when these spirits are activated in people if you pay attention? I'm sure, especially if they're as sensitive and hypersensitive and as they are, it should show. What am I saying? I'm saying that the facial, that the presentation, the normal presentation of a person as you know them will be in some way morphed by the spirit that dwells in them, that will be taking possession over its vessel. See, I'm going off into some wild stuff now. I know this is unbelievable. Only people that believe me if they turn around and see it on some folks. Don't be freaked out. Do like I do. Play like you don't see it most times. I'm like I don't see that. Yeah. That's gonna be real interesting. Got a whole month? Yeah, today's 28th. Got a whole month to find out. Oh God, Jesus, Lord, Jesus. Could you imagine that? That's some wild stuff, y'all. To see the spirit that's inside a person come out. Told you about another person. They tongue is possessed, and they tongue normally didn't do this. And you go watch that 5-part series called Spirit Talk, and they was like, bleh, they had sex demon on them. Tongue rolled out their mouth. And I'm like, oh, okay. And a whole lot of other stuff, but that tongue was real freaky. To start seeing that kind of stuff and you ain't never seen it before. Yeah, okay. Let's see. Source fights is cloudiness. Is the cloudiness. Let's see. Sun square. Neptune. Would I do anything else here? Change self. Bio. Energy. I don't know what that's like. Mars 612 north node. Energy. Energy of the. I don't know what that is. I can't read that. Okay. That's that. Gotta do that. Oh yeah. Another thing I looked at was the average temperature in December. Just talking about the United States. I was looking for the average temperature in December, which ranges, nationwide between 25 and say 30 degrees. I had a whole light, but I got Utah, Colorado, Nebraska, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, and Philadelphia, Missouri, and Rhode Island. What was that about? Oh, yeah. That was the average around that part of the country. Because I figure if they kick out if the power outage, because remember, the government just granted this funding. They just approved this funding for this institution, business, corporation to put on Bill Gates' show, right? And it's commercial, it's mass commercial presentation. So I was like, if they kick it out this year, I was wondering, like in the winter, I ain't looking at January average, but I was looking like where in the country will it not be? It may be a hardship for the people, but not so much totally detrimental to the masses where people turn around and say, ooh, something wrong with that. So that's what made me look at the temperature. Because when do temperature hit at when does freezing hit? 32 and below? And 32 and below. And so I figured they would stay around that range. Whatever they knock out would be, if it's in the winter months, what I think it would be around that range. But I don't know about that. But, just speculation looking at everything. And so it was these states here that had this range in temperature between 25 and 30. Idaho, which they wouldn't do because that's it might do. They don't have to knock out that exact area. And this whole thing, I'm still reading, trying to find this place that's going to do this presentation. Because this is the same people that did the presentation for Ronald Reagan and show how and shot off missiles, so he can see these missiles going up, blowing up, going to hit targets and shit. Oop, I didn't make it. Anywho, this temperature ranges exist in Utah, Idaho, Utah, Colorado, Nebraska, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Philadelphia, is this Mississippi? Oh no, Missouri, and Rhode Island. But that's just some preliminary research looking for the area that when they knock out the power, where it'll be knocked out at. It says mapping how the U.S. generates its electricity, nuclear locations, and I named the nuclear locations because then the question emerged based on the information that I've accumulated. Are these nuclear plants totally separate? Well, what I'm trying to do is see how it's linked up to see where the power outages will take place. That's what I want to do. That's my intent. And so I'm trying to figure that out. Still looking at the information. That's what had me looking at the Mississippi River and the relative waterways, as well as the locations of the various nuclear power plants, and also mapping the electrical grids. Because this is something. How many power plants are there in the United States? There are 22,731 electrical generators at about 10,346 utility scale electric power plants. The different source of fuels is coal, petroleum, natural gas, other gas, nuclear, hydroelectric, conventional, what does it say, other renewables, hydroelectric. Okay, so I was looking, right now I'm just again searching, trying to organize my thoughts. I got to focus on one thing, even though it's all going together. Okay. I talked about the uranium and the plutonium. And it says power plant. Oh, that's for my location. Okay. Of course, I'm trying to figure out is it going to be in my location, which I do believe it will be for multiple reasons. But anyway, I'm going to go past that. And I'm about to talk about the INL, which I've been talking about, which is that Idaho nuclear reactor. Reactors list of, this is another site. It's a list of nuclear research reactors in the United States. And in operation, those that are in operation. The nuclear plants that are in operation are the ATR, And then it's the NRAD, the NURAD. And the NURAD is the one that goes with Bill Gates. And it's a neutron. It's a neutron. That's what a neutron radiograph. And it's called the traveling wave reactor. Test new fuel designs performance founded by Bill Gates. And this is the site you can go to get this quote is NEImagazine.com. NIEmagazine.com. Oh my God. Says here, not reading it all because it's a lot, as you can see, multiple pages. But it says here, prototype traveling wave reactor T design effort funded by U.S. computer magnate Bill Gates. And NURAD, NRAD, facility manager for Nuclear Engineering International. Okay, well, you got to follow line of thought. Anyway, I'm just reading. This is the part about Bill Gates being a funder of this traveling wave reactor that's due to be tested by our government. And the other reactors that are still active in the United States is the ATRC, the Advanced Test Reactor. Is that critical? Critical? Yeah. Is that the one that? And then, oh yeah, General Electric is a part of this. Found it. Oh yeah, and I'm gonna let y'all go. As y'all know, I've been constantly going back to my visit to Henry Ford Museum in Dearborn, Michigan, and I talked about this a painting that I got infatuated with called Something Lights Jubilee, painted by artist Bacon. And once again, it came back up because remember that painting was to commemorate giving honors to Thomas Edison. And so it comes back up in this research when start talking about this nuclear thing. And so that's the part where I was telling you, when I started going back in history, I realized that that Wild Wild West was not as wild and savage and for the powers as they have led us to believe. I do believe through media, through movies, through cowboy movies. These people were living much more lavish lives because they had these luxuries and amenities, such as plumbing and lighting, things we take for granted now. But could you imagine them people that was back in the Wild Wild West could only take a bath once a month or whatever they was doing, thought it was the norm, and it wasn't the norm. It didn't have to be the norm back then, is what I'm saying. Anyway, Thomas Edison came back up, and a couple of utility companies as well. I'm looking for this. Oh man, why do I have to make when did slavery end? Where did that go to? Look at the year 1865 and the New York Stock Exchange. See, it got this stuff had you running up and down history. We want to look at the things that's happening now, right now. But these things that's happening right now didn't just start happening right now. That's what I'm trying to get you to. It's like if you follow these lines, it slides you back in history. Right here in my notes. I don't know why. I'll be trying to take notes so I can go back or just get enough to deliver a message, what I didn't do successfully this time. However, I'm telling myself, hey, go back and look at when slavery ended, which is in 1865, because it's another clue. And then look at the New York Stock Exchange at that time. New York Stock Exchange in 1865. If what I'm talking about now, including the pandemic, the vaccinations, this new, more compact radio reactor that's ready to be shown off to the powers that be, that's been totally funded by Bill Gates. If I'm talking about Anthony Fauci, all these things go together, and then it still take us back down, take us back in time to 1865. I do believe during the New York Stock Exchange. Right now, so we're talking about this technology and what's taking place possibly being 155 years ago. 155 years ago, what we're experiencing now as far as advancement in technology was already pretty well established, is what I'm kind of getting. Let's see. Oh, this stuff goes so deep. So there's no way I can go into this global. Oh man, there's no way I can go into this because I want to go further into making America great again, or MAGA. What is it called? MAGA, MAGA. And I looked up the various anagrams for it, and to find out one of the, there are 3 words, and which is interesting to me, that come from the word MAGA, MAGA. And these 3 words that MAGA represents as far as anagrams all have something to do with what's going on. This is how coded everything really is. Ooh, it's coded. An example of what I mean is, and I don't know how to do this. MAGA as an anagram is AGMA. I'm going to try to make this make sense, and I'm going to let you go. AGMA. AGMA is, I guess, an abbreviation is the word for American Guild of Musical Artists. And I know you're like, what does that have to do with anything, Nancy? Well, I don't even know how to do this. Portuguese. See how did it go? Let's see if I can sum it up. There was a time that guilds were common to a certain group. Those guilds, since their original, what do you call it? Existence have faded out. I don't even know how to do this one at all, but this is a whole nother thing. A part of what's taking place, and this is the connection between Ronald Reagan and Donald Trump, is they want to reestablish guilds, or guilds, because it's a guild, like in music, it's different guilds. They want to reestablish them again. How do I say the guild? A guild is like, we can say, a secret society in which, like, I always use doctors, that doctors guild, that the doctors is an association for doctors. It's an association for doctors. And just doctors alone. Nobody knows the secrets of the doctors but the doctors. Musicians, guild. And that's when we start talking about the Illuminati. I did the Illuminati thing. And it's they're moving to reestablish these guilds and refortify them again. I don't know how to say it, but what I'm talking about right now, I'm talking about the MAGA term, why it's so popular, that term, Make America Great Again, which ties Ronald Reagan and Donald Trump together. Man, oh man. Um, Also, another anagram for it is GAMA. And GAMA turns us back. Oh, yeah, that's what led me to. Oh, yeah. Line of thought. That's when I did an anagrams for Make America Great Again, Amaga's term. And I used the anagrams, and three different anagrams came up from it. That's what helped me locate Ronald Reagan and tie him to Donald Trump. It's all coded. And that's also what led me to Ronald Reagan's trip to Portugal. And it says the Cape of Good Hope, and I was bringing it up on 1489. He's tied into that. And I forgot what that one was. I know what to do with that. Because that talked about one of the commodities during 1498 was pepper. So that might be a pepper. I got to research pepper, the when it spikes pepper, because I bet again it's a lot of clues here and there's a lot of encoding here, and so pepper was one of the hot commodities. Well, I guess, God dang it, hot diggity dog. That was the first time it ever happened. My TV just shut down on me. And so remember I was talking about going back to the Bible scripture, talking about oil and how its components cannot be separated. They can't be spliced. It's pure. And that's what that in chapter 6 of Revelations, what that meant. And anything like it cannot be, destroyed or contaminated or I can't think of the word. And then the other one was wine. And so now I'm going to look and see about pepper. Is pepper one of these or truly organic elements here in this world that can't be contaminated or tampered with? It can't be tampered with. Because why am I bringing it up? Because if that's the case, when we start, it's a lot going on here right now. I can understand exactly why we're going through what we're going through now, because what I'm seeing here is a whole lot going on. Everything is moving, baby. While they got us sitting here, everything is moving. Politics is moving. At this current time, and I've talked about this in time past, now I understand why my line of research has led me to do so, or I've been instructed to, look at this. It's because we have been trained to invest in these new age commodities, I'll say. And it's the, virtual world, or it's the online business like Amazon and whatever else out here, and invest in these commodities that are imaginary, this virtual world. But we've been totally guided away from investing in and having an active interest in real live worldly commodities, such as foods and different things like that. And so what am I saying? At this point in time, if a person was to invest, if they were going to invest in anything, it would be in oil and the like, and wine and the like. And when I say the like, remember, I'm talking about how, here, I know what I'll do, because I'm just here. I got a Wikipedia page opened up, if it ain't went dead on me. Let's see. I don't even know where I got it. I be all over the place, y'all. Oh, gosh. I just put into Wikipedia oil. Okay, here. I'm on Wikipedia. And the reason why I'm on Wikipedia, because I'm trying to tell you and make it make sense to you why this is the time period to be very specific about what you invest in. I'm telling you, with these people doing all of this is politics. This whole world, this whole existence is politics. And the word is, we call it politics, but it's something else. I got to find the term. But let me tell you something. In Revelations chapter 6, when it started talking about how whoever's narrating or talking in that scripture, God or whomever, say, hey, but don't touch the oil and the wine. He says it's so much for a quart of wheat, so many denaries for that. It's because that's genetically modified, you know, and it gets really expensive because it can be damaged, it can be destroyed, those kind of things. It can catch infection and disease, that food source, because it's been genetically modified. So yes, a part of the crop will get messed up. You can raise the price on them. You know what I'm saying? But that which is consistent, just like gold is consistent, another natural resource or commodity that is priceless at this time and will continue to grow in its value is oil. And this is why. This is what the Bible's saying. It's saying to us. It says, I'm at Wikipedia, and I looked up oil, and it says, an oil is any non-polar chemical substance. That's the key right there. What is it? So if you click on this, what do you mean by non-polar? Well, when you click on non-polar, meaning in chemistry, polarity is a separation of electric charge leading to a molecule or its chemical group having an electrical dipole moment with a negatively charged in and a positively charged in. Then the chemical substance is a chemical substance in a form of matter having a consistent chemical compound and characteristic properties. Some references add that chemical substances cannot be separated. That's the part. The substances that make up oil cannot be separated. That's what it means when it say non-polar chemical substance. That's what oil is. Its chemical composition cannot be separated. It is what it is. Oh, okay. Anyway, some references add that chemical substance cannot be separated into its constitute elements by physical separation methods without breaking chemical bonds. Remember, I was talking about the breaking of chemical bonds as far as the seals that chapter 6 talks about in the book of Revelation. These are those chemical bonds or the seals on a particular cell is what maintains any given cell's integrity. Like, you know, every cell has a code. Every part that creates that cell has its own unique code, and they within their like own membrane or seal. And when those seals are broken and those different substances within that cell, even though we can't see it with the naked eye, mix, it causes a reaction, one that was not intended to occur. And so the book of Revelations is saying, hey, when this occurs, this is what's going to happen to, you know, the world's food population. And what am I saying? I'm saying they already broke these seals open. Remember in this book of Revelations, it's about 7 seals. And for each seal, it tells you what will be released. And the real crazy thing, what had me tripping is I kept looking at the term lamb. The lamb. A lamb is a flunky. When you really look up the definition, it's a flunky. Like I say, people go to work every day and don't know what they're doing to feed the beast, to create the beast, to animate the beast. So there are people that's going to work and not understanding what's ultimately going to happen because of their activity. And they are lambs, they're flunkies. They are the ones that unseal unseal these seals. You know, oh my goodness, hydrophobic temperatures, and it's both hydrophobic, does not mix with water, literally water fearing. I'm still reading about the oil. Mhm. So now let me see if the wine one, because I think it was it was fermenting for wine. So anything when it came to the oil, it was non-polar chemical, whatever I see it, non-polar chemical substance, meaning it can't be split. The substance it's made of. Let's see. I don't even know if it was this where I was at. Yeah, it was for fermentation. Yeast consumed the sugar to the grapes and the ethanol, carbon dioxide, and heat. Different varieties of grapes and strands of yeast produce different styles of wine. Yeah, it was the fermentation. That certain, I don't know what else. I wonder what can be fermented. Fermented. The process of fermentation in winemaking turns grape juice into alcoholic beverages. During fermentation, yeast transforms sugar present in the juice into ethanol and carbon dioxide as a byproduct. In winemaking, the temperature and the speed of fermentation are important consideration, as well as the levels of oxygen present in the must. In the must? What do they mean by must? That's not the word must. Must is freshly crushed grape juice that contains the skins, the seeds, and stems of the fruit. Oh, pulp. Like in pulp orange juice with pulp. Okay, the second portion of the must is called the promance, and typically makes up 7 to 23% of the total weight of the must. Making must is the first step in winemaking because of its high glucose content, typically. Okay. I talked so much I forget what I was going to talk about. Oh. What's that name? Anyway, what to invest in. That's what to invest in. That's all. I mean, that's what's making me make more mess. So, okay, yeah. Oh yeah. So what am I saying? Jumping back, Donald Trump, Make America Great Again, MAGA, whatever it's called. It wasn't just by chance or fluke that he chose that term and made that statement. Again, he was referring back to Ronald Reagan, and that wasn't just referring back to Ronald Reagan. He was referring to different things. People was wondering, what do you mean draining the swamp and stuff? He was really referring to certain specific time events, political events in history. And one of those political events is when, again, MAGA, as an anagram, points us to GAMA, which is points us to 1496 to 1524, and it points us to the period in which I guess the Cape of Good Hope was established, and which was in 1498. And it is that period and that event, that establishment of that safe passageway. I think it was, I don't know, y'all, between India and Africa. I can't get it all right. Whatever it was, the safe passage is what ties Reagan, led me to look for, follow and find Reagan in Portugal. With Portugal getting ready to pimp their people back in the 80s to the United States. Where is that notes with that place? I'm still on here, y'all, because I'm still trying to find some particular notes in particular. The United Nations estimates the conscious seduction. I don't remember what the conscious seduction was about. Lord have mercy. Euthanization, the life advisor, delivery of food boxes. Oh yeah, delivery of food boxes reemerge. Life expectancy 72, 6, technically. Maybe. I know I did on it. So where is it at? Say mental gonna be mental illness, okay? I mean, okay. That's the seals. Seals to maintain the structure and the wheel. Do not damage the the oil. Oh, I had it in here. And it's but it's from okay. Set of life sustaining chemical reactions of organism. Metabolic okay. I'm going to bed. I got sleepy. But I got a lot out. God, it's just so much. It's so much. I can't move. Something's somewhere else. Here's the name of the company. I got it written here at the bottom, but I got another page full about this place. Now, what am I talking about now? This is the company that they have hired Bill Gates and the government to, show off his invention on a mass level, commercial mass level. It's BECHTEL. Beach tail, and it's the same company, corporation, whatever that Ronald Reagan hired to do missile testing. See, ain't none of this gonna make sense without none of this made sense. You know, all over the place without the actual reading from the sites, or I have to print out everything. That costs too much. Let's see. Can I just go to that? Just woo. Let's see. Who are we? What we do? Let's see. Who are we? If I can read from their side. This is who they say they are. This is the BECHTEL. This is who the government has hired. This is I'm on a website. It says helping our customers change the world for the better. Let's see, visions, values, annual reports, business. What did I read? Um, hmm, let's see. I don't know. Oh, when did they open? 1919, first major non-railroad construction project. Right, they execute projects. Highway in North California. In 1921, first job for a large power utility. The Caribou Water Tunnel in North California, part of the Caribou Power Plant, which will generate 75 megawatts of electricity. In 1923, the family's business, W.A. Beach Tel Company, was a family business from the beginning. W.A. was determined to build a company that would allow him to pass along to his children, not just financial. Now, as y'all see, I'm talking about this is 1920s and a physical assessment. When I had this vision in the 1920s, I don't have no vision of people messing around with power plants and things like that. Not at all. Not at all. Need to really start taking a look at the historical photos a little differently. Company employees and associates and enterprise center introduced in 1923, introduced using track lane tractor on the South Pacific Railroad. In the Monopoly game, what's the railroad? What are the railroads on the Monopoly board? I don't remember. Okay. Reading, Pennsylvania, B&O, and Short Line. Okay. That does not go together. South Pacific Railroad. Oh, where is it? Let's say what we do. I'm going to what we do. Is this okay? I was here. Under what we do, it says marking expertise, and they have different categories you can go to. It said defense and nuclear, environmental cleanup, infrastructure, mining and metals, energy, water. Excuse me, and a whole other category. But I think I went to nuclear, defense and nuclear. It says more than 50 years of experience as a major defense contractor. Major defense contractor of the United States and allied governments. Beach Tail has handled such efforts as chemical weapons, demilitarization projects, missile defense, infrastructure, base operations, procurement and project management, and restoration and recovery spanning half a century. We use our expertise to help our customers securely and effectively transform mission delivery in a time of reduced government budgets and uncertain appropriations. That's interesting that they hit on that. It says during a time of reduced government budgets and uncertain appropriations. And that's been my question about Donald Trump's suggested appropriations of funds for 2021. Was it going to stand? Okay. It says, what we do? What am I talking about? Video long again. I'm talking about, hey, I'm looking at this family business that the government has hired, and they've hired them before. They hired them under Reagan to put on this project, to show off Bill Gates' invention, which is what is it, traveling wave reactor, a nuclear reactor. Show it off on a mass commercial level, like your utility company. They hired him to do it. They're the professionals, going back to the early 1920s. And they say they disassemble and destroy some of the world's most dangerous chemical weapons. They maintain missile and critical sites for the U.S. Armed Forces. They safely restore and develop locations and critical infrastructures. They design and deliver complete operational systems and infrastructures. Over the last years, almost all of our defense contracts, greater than 90%, were in the U.S., with a small percentage in allied countries with high scores on the Transparency International Corruption Perception Index. That's funny. Oh my God. Oh God. I don't know if y'all got that or not. That's .com. They last name .com. I've been in business since 1920, during the Great Depression, where everybody else was going under. Oh my gosh, that is some deep stuff. Oh my gosh. I can't. Where was I at when it talked about Ronald Reagan? Let me go back, because they had a whole thing about Ronald Reagan. They was proud of that moment, very proud. Mm. Dang, I don't know. Chernobyl, they dealt with Chernobyl. What is it? Oh, where it go? Where it go? This is a company, y'all. Uranium process facility. I guess they constructed that. They make it happen, Captain. U.S. National Laboratories, Mexico, and California. I'm just looking at other parts of this because I'm on other parts that they cite. Because when you know what questions to ask, some people. I was watching this dude the other day, and I heard him say people Google scholars. I was like, wow, that's some Kuwait oil field restoration. And he said it with disdain, it seems to me. It seems to me. But that was interesting because I'm not being funny. Internet is a new way. You tap in, it's not like when like a person like myself used to have to get up and either drive to or at times get on a bus and go down to a library, hopefully the main library, to get more access, hoping that the material was there, hoping you could sit there and read as much as you could possibly read and afford to make as many copies as possible. Only difference between that and retrieving information online is that things online can be changed at drop of a dime. I know that's the possible thing, but other than that, there's no freaking difference. It's just that a person needs to be able to know what line of questions to follow in order to get the most accurate information accessible to a person, and know what sources to tap into. Like sometimes it's really professional articles, but journals and things, but professional journals and stuff cost. But they may get the internet is an accumulation of everything that exists. And so if you know what to tap into, if you know what questions to ask, you're gonna get a bit and piece here and there. and everywhere. The same thing as if you had a whole article, professional article, access to it. Mhm. Okay. Man, I need some coffee. Who can I get coffee from? What time is it? It's 2:30 in the morning. Wow. Did I take a nap today? I did not take a nap. Okay, I found it. And I told y'all about the Terra Power U.S. Department of Energy Water. Oh, Terra Power. On that site, Terra, Terra Power, Power. I told y'all about. It was October 2020 that the U.S. Department of Energy awards $80 million to demonstrate advanced nuclear technology. To demonstrate advanced nuclear technology. And this is the thing. It's on a commercial scale. Again, a commercial scale, like your power provider, your utility provider. They was awarded $80 million. That's what I've been talking about. How the government funded them. That's why it was that increased on the budget for the Department of Energy. Mm-hmm. And that just happened October 2020. So I bring up that date again, as I keep saying, a date or, you know. Hey, real. Hmm. Oh. Hmm. Because if they just got the funding, you know, mind you, Bill Gates' little invention has been created, and now they want to do it on a what they say a um, commercial scale demonstration, which I suggest is uh, be a power outage, a nationwide power outage. I don't know how bad it'll be, but it's going to be a nationwide power outage that will occur. You know, soon. I don't know if it's going to be before this year go out because remember they just got the funding in December. But since that money was granted to that department for 2021, maybe they have to wait to 2021 for the money to be released. You know, released to them, and then they can go ahead and do what they're gonna do. So get ready. Anyway, I was just looking because I just noticed that I thought this. Well, I didn't think I was saying it was up and functioning in the 1920s. This beach tail um, company, that family owned company that's over this demonstration, this advanced demonstration. Uh, it's been celebrated. They've been in business more than 120 years. That's going back to the Cowboys and aliens. I was led to believe somehow that 120 years ago was Cowboys and Indians. But 120 years ago, this business I'm talking about been doing everything that I've read that they said they do. You know, they do it for America, as well as allies has been, transparent and passed the index, stay within the index of, global, you know, courtesy or what's the word? In good standing, good relationship with the United States. So they do international work. It says they've been celebrating more than 120 years. They've been doing this real advanced stuff. Like many great entrepreneurs, Warren A. Beachtail would take a few frightening steps toward failure. I'm reading off the site again. Before he found the path to success. In 1898, a nearly bankrupt, merely 25-year-old Beach Tail and his pregnant wife, Carla, left Peabody, Kansas, and headed 100 miles. They put 160 kilometers, so you understand, south in search of construction work and new opportunity, thus beginning an epic journey that would span more than a century of building 5 generations. I mean, about 5 generations of his family, and eventually much of the globe. Shut your mouth. Well, I'm thinking Cowboys and Indians. Shame on me. Mm. And they got a video building a new century, looking back 100 years on this family, building the foundation. Oh, yeah, yeah. Where's that Ronald Reagan one? Man, go up this timeline. Because they proud, too. They got a whole timeline. What nuclear plant is this? I seen this one. Yeah, it has something to do with some of the Indian territory. I think I'm pull that back because I don't read too much. It's just one. Where is that? I really wanted to read the one about Reagan. True. Hill and the Reagan cabinet, CIA. Whether it's going to be President Reagan policy secretary has his views, he will express them very strongly and very firmly. To Reagan, the world's group from Reagan administration and President. Hey, I don't know where I saw that at. Right, Reagan test site. That's it. They call Reagan test site Marshall Islands. Okay, read once again. I'm gonna let y'all go because I've been on here for a long time, so it'll be short. But I was all over the place, couldn't get my mind together. But that's okay. I know information out now. If y'all hear it anywhere else, it came from me and from my life experiences of how I was walked. It says anyway, managing a missile test. This is the same company. This is what this company did when they was doing business with Reagan. Managing a missile test range, crucial to U.S. defense. The Ronald Reagan ballistic missile test site on this is Kowalin, I don't know, atoll in the Pacific Ocean puts the United States on the cutting edge of missile and missile interceptors development, space surveillance, and satellite tracking. I know I missed something. What was it? I know I got some notes missing. Where is they at? It was a space. Where was that at? Yeah, fuel conversion. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. Okay. This the Bill Gates one. Okay. 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 Mm, okay. Mm, mm, mm. I don't forget. I don't know. What did I see that? What did I see? I don't know what I saw. I can't remember. I can't remember. I stopped when I was reading this because I forgot it was some. Told you it's a couple of gems I forgot, and obviously I put the notes somewhere else. Um, but when I was reading about space surveillance and satellite tracking, man, there's so much stuff here. Who is that related to? Okay, lots of this stuff. I really can't remember. It was. What am I doing? I am trying once again to remember what this had to do with outer space. Because something else came up multiple times and I was supposed to say it. But it was stuff in here. I was like, okay, what did I mean by that? I don't know. I'm not going to go back through them, y'all. Somehow I got to figure out. I got to figure out. Now, it wasn't in the astrology part. It wasn't that. It wasn't that. Right. The space stuff. The space. Space, Nancy, space. Mm. You know what I'm saying? I can't remember. Anyway, finishing up the read, then I'm done. Because I'm just all over the place. Have been all over the place. So it's from 2002 to 2018. This Coadjuling Range Service, or the KRS, a partnership of Beach Tail National and Lockheed Martin, provided integrated range engineering and linguistic services to manage and operate its crucial test sites for the U.S. Army Space and Missile Defense Command. KRS provided technical services for the missile testing and science surveillance missions, as well as complete linguistics and infrastructure solutions to support the test site community. The test site community. That's interesting. The test site community. More than 16,000 K whatever it is range service employees worked at least 11 sites across 7,000 miles. At least seven. Do you know how far? 7,000. It says more than 1,600 employees, lambs, worked at 11 sites across 7,000 miles. 7,000 miles? More than 11,000 kilometers in 7 time zones. I didn't read that part. Integrated range engineering and linguistic services, logistic services to manage and operate this crucial test site for the U.S. Army Space and Missile Defense Command. CARES provided technical services for missile testing and space surveillance missions, as well as complete logistics and infrastructure solutions to support the test site community. And the test site community consists of at least 1,600 workers. We ain't talking about anybody in the environment, surrounding environment, at 11 sites over a 7,000-mile range. It's covered 7 time zones. And so anyway, why did I get stuck there reading that? Because I'm saying, hey, this is the same company hired to do this little test. I'm talking about they're going to knock the power out. If you don't get nothing else, they're going to knock the power out. And they're going to tell us a lie. And then they're going to bring it up with Mr. Bill Gates stuff. Oh, yeah, I didn't finish it. I never finished about, what's his name is? Anthony Fauci. Anthony Fauci mission. Oh, yeah, that's another thing that I don't have over here. Is the immunization and vaccination stuff. Maybe this video helped me get it out. Immunization. I'm gonna let it go. That's some deep stuff. May 9th, 1985. Okay, y'all. Problem is, I can't see. I can't see all this little writing. Okay. I can't do no more. I'm gonna try. I'll be back. Figure it out. Okay. I guess the only way to really do it is oh yeah. I go back through and try to figure out how to organize it. Y'all got most of what I got. I'll find the little gems, the papers that I got missing. So what can you take from this? Anyway, prep. I think they're gonna throw the power out intentionally. And another thing is, oh man, what the heck I just do? If you're gonna invest anything, invest your money wisely. It ain't just gold. It is again substances like oil and wine and the like. Uh, and I gave you the reasons why. Hopefully, it made a little bit of sense. And when I start talking about that, it was something else. God damn. Um, yeah, I'm gonna do that in another video. And again, what I'm gonna do in another video, I want to come back and do the Cowboys and aliens thing on a separate video because it's it's a mindset that we have why we the general populace don't try to advance or persevere because we think we already up on game, and so that was something that was shown, and so I do want to go into that deeper. Oh man, that's a lot. Anywho, that's a lot. I can't even think of not a damn bit more. It's just too much, y'all. But thank you for dropping by here to Canadian Flat Tarot and allowing me to rant and ramble and just do everything that I done did. I figured out one day this week. So hopefully, if I have a quiet moment, I will. But we gonna see. I'm gonna look at this image. And it's gonna make me remember. But I can't. What is going on? Everything technology been acting up all day.